Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the fifth round of the Norway Chess 2024. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to a brilliant and fun day of chess that we have ahead of us. A warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Guys, how are you doing? Do let me know in the comments. How are you feeling in the chat? Today is a very important day because today Praggnanandhaa takes on Fabiano Caruana in the open and Vaishali takes on Lei Tingjie in the women. I want to show you also the standings of the tournament, but first, guys, can you hear me well? Hello, yes. Like the new thumbnail, well done. Well, that's all Abhyudaya coming back to life from Norway. In fact, if you've been liking all the reels that are being put up on Norway Chess and so many other places, it's all Abhyudaya. A lot of the work that of the editing is being done by him. So kudos to him. He's working very hard. Of course, there's an entire team also over there to work along with him, but some fantastic work he is doing and putting in. So very happy and proud. And guys, now Sagar Shah has started on time. Yes, very rare to start things on time, but some days you have to work on time. And guys, did you see the news? Did you see the news of the bids for the World Championship match? It can come to India. It can come to India. This will be huge if it does. And I think it will be very big for Indian chess if that happens. Let me just show you firstly the one of the big news of today that has happened. Vaishali, by the way, is leading in the women's section. So here is Vaishali, and she is leading with 8.5 points. Isn't that simply amazing? She's on 8.5 out of 12. She's 2.5 points away, but in this format, it's only one win that can change something. Imagine that Lei Tingjie wins today against Vaishali. She gets 3 points, she moves up to 8, and Vaishali is on 8.5. So it's a very volatile format that we have here. In the open section, we have Hikaru Nakamura in the lead with 7 after his win against Praggnanandhaa. Firouzja on 6.5, Magnus on 6, Pragg on 5.5. Again, all of them, and Fabi on 5. Ding is massively lagging behind on 2.5. Let's see if Ding Liren manages to recover here. And we have moves. The first move has been played d4 by Praggnanandhaa, knight f6 by Caruana. Sagar Chess says Delhi is proposed. Yes, Delhi is proposed, and also Chennai is proposed, and Singapore is proposed. Woo! Let's have a poll, guys. Let's have a poll so that we know what does the chat feel here. Where should the World Championship match happen? Where should the World Championship match 2024 happen? Chennai, Singapore, or Delhi? So 3 options here. Let's start the poll and let's see what everyone's hoping for, what everyone's thinking in our chat. Singapore, as there are lots of Chinese and Indians there. Could be, yeah, it's a very good reason to do it. Well, we have right now polls, the votes coming in. Chennai has 46%, Singapore 17%, Delhi 32%. Oh, interesting. Let's go. Guys, I'll check it in a bit. But while we were checking the votes and everything, we have so many moves that have been played. And by the way, Praggnanandhaa now goes for this setup in the Catalan, castles, dc4, and he plays queen a4. Interesting move. I was wondering, guys, just a question to all of you. Queen c2, which is the line that Praggnanandhaa is avoiding by playing queen a4? Because both the moves want to take the c4 pawn, but with queen c2, which is the move that black has here, which is an additional possibility? A little tough question, But I think you understand. Ooh, Suyog, Wadke, and Persevere, and Telegram Chess, and Beloglavi, and Krishiv, and Rajat. My God, I have an amazing chat to work with. This is so, so beautiful, guys. Well done, all of you. The right move here, as all of you. B5 is the move. Suyog, Persevere, Telegram, Beloglavi, Krishiv, Rajat, Bad Karma, Akshay, Anilama, and Cool Centrists. That's it. And let me quickly get the um, get this on our screen. The how do you say, the bars. Let's see if I can make it work. Refresh, interact, and yep. Where is Norway Chess? Oh, now the French league is going on, and there are a lot of Indians playing in the French league as well. I think Nihal Sareen is playing. We have Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun is just crazy guy. Yeah, he plays everywhere, and he in fact won 2 out of 2 games. He beat Hari Krishna. He beat Vitali Kunin. So Arjun is just on fire, and he might as well become world number 4 today. Who knows? Amazing guy. Okay, let's go to the game. So queen c2, there could be this sharp line with b5 that could happen. So that's the reason why Pragg goes queen a4. And then comes the move a6. So Pragg says, thank you so much, Fabi, for the pawn. Fabi says, thank you so much. I'm going to hit the queen. Queen c2. And now puts the bishop on b7. Now, just look at this structure, okay, carefully, and tell me what should be black's main strategic idea here. Let's see. Arjun will be in fire in the Olympiad seeing his recent form, says Anilama. Yeah, absolutely. Cool centrist, Suyog Wadke, you both are absolutely correct. The main aim. No, Manish English Gaming is not to trade the light square bishop. If it happens, it's okay. But the strategic idea that black is playing for is the c5 break. If black manages to get it at the right time, he would be doing fantastically well. So you will see that the entire play will revolve around it. Bishop f4 played. Now first, Praggnanandhaa is going after the pawn here. Now you can't play c5 just yet because I'll simply win the pawn. And you can't play knight d7 because I'll just take the pawn here. So I'll be pawn up. So that's the reason why Fabi goes knight to c6. And Praggnanandhaa now plays his knight to d2. Oh, oh. Plays his knight to d2 here. And why not e3, says Shubham Mule? That's a good question, Shubham. I like these questions. Can you guys tell me what is the issue by playing pawn to e3? It may not be very, very clear, but still, I want you to tell me why is pawn to b3 perhaps not the best move here? We have, by the way, over here, helpchess.org, Mihir Kumar, who contributed. He's our 1303 believer. Thank you so much, Mihir. Help Chess is our foundation. And over here is Chess Ranga, which is our interactive chess website for learning. And there we've today launched a new course called Imbalance Theory. So it's there now. You can go and check. Yes, Sachin Ranade is right. E3 restricts the bishop a lot. You know, the bishop on f4, it's like, Are, yaar, kya mera dono haath pakad liya, E3, G3, not letting me move. And I think black can immediately take advantage of it. And all the moves that have been considered here, very, very good, guys. Knight h5, knight d5, both these moves, very, very interesting. I am a bit apprehensive about knight h5 because you have to worry a bit about knight g5 as a move, where I am threatening a checkmate here and also attacking here, and that can get a little bit nasty after bishop g5, queen g5. take. This is the kind of position you don't want to reach, because once you reach such a position, c7 is weak. It's not looking good. So instead of that, why don't we go for the idea of knight d5, which is being suggested by Ashay Paturkar, Thomas Shelby, and Manish English Gaming. Well done, guys. Knight d5 makes a lot more sense. And also, by the way, you shouldn't discount a move like knight b4. What's the problem? You will ask. That knight b4, isn't the c7 pawn hanging? Take, take, take. Well, what's the issue, guys? Black to play. Let's see. Let's get 25 of you to answer this question, because the answer is very straightforward. But let's see how many of you. Masters of Chess says, how do you get the games of live play? Well, that is something that we have spoken with Norway Chess, and they have, we're working together with them for that. Yes, we have more than 30 people who have answered here. Suyog, Harshit, Telegram, Meera, Thomas, Schoolcentrics, Anil Lama, Arvind, Rakesh, Bad Karma. Well done, guys. The knight jumps in here and the rook is trapped. So that's the reason why this move e3 is a little bit shady. Thank you for your suggestion, by the way, in the chat, but it is not the right answer. Now, the right answer, not the right, but the move that was played in the game by Pragg is knight d2. A very surprising move, I must tell you, because Fabi was attacking the d4 pawn here, and Pragg says, I don't know, I don't care about the d4 pawn. The other move, quite possible, was to go rook d1. It's possible, but then again, you have to worry about knight b4. And remember, guys, the strategic idea of black to play c5. So if you then play, let's say, a move like queen c1, then already you have to be worrying about knight d5. c5 may come in at the right time. So, or maybe knight bd5, all these possibilities. So for the time being, Pragg goes knight d2. And he says that if you play knight b4, now you simply lose a pawn, because knight c2 later on is not going to trap the rook. So he goes knight d4 here. Caruana, Praggnanandhaa takes back. Of course, queen d4 is impossible because the bishop is hanging here. So he must take the bishop. And now, guys, a question to all of you. What was the intermezzo that Praggnanandhaa played here? Let's see. Let's see how many of you are able to find this. Siddharth P says, I'm a beginner and it is hard to reach 1000. Well, Siddharth, it is, but you should do it step by step, and I think you will be able to get there. First things first, go to chessranga.com and try to see Amruta's series on chess principles for beginners. I think that will really help you to get better. And our chat is right on the ball here. We have had 17 people mention knight takes e6. Suyog, Bad Karma, Manish, Divyansh, Anil Lama, Vishwa, Vinay, Sword Gaming, Rasoi Magic, and Rajat, knight e6. This is what was played by Pragg as well. And now fe6 must be taken because the queen is hanging. You don't want to be playing queen d5 to protect your bishop, because there is a fork, I guess, here on c7 at the minimum. So goes fe, and now Praggnanandhaa captures on g2. The question that comes to me here is, how many times have this position been reached? Guys, how do we get to know? Queen a4, queen c4, queen c2 feels like waste of tempos. Black gets space. Well, Sachin, it's a very well-known line that was popularized by Cramling, but black seems to have found ways to equalize. This is, but something which has been equalized before, many times players come up with new ideas like Pragg might have done in this game. And this is just a discussion now whether there is an advantage for white or not, and we will see that whether there is any advantage. So you are right, in a way. It does seem slow, but let's go and check on our ChessBase 17 and Mega Database if this has been played before. Let's bring up the board here. Yeah, there we go. So this is the live database. And by the way, guys, if you want to get your copy of ChessBase 17 and Mega Database, it's the first link in the description. Please check it out. We have 9,000 games here. You can see Sachin. Many games have been played. In fact, after DC4, Queen C2 is the main move. And Queen A4 as well is the third move. They transpose. But if you don't want to play that, Knight E5 is the other move. And there's a very famous line here, Knight C6. Then you take with the bishop. Pawn takes, knight takes, Queen E8, Knight E7, Queen E7, and Queen A4. This is played many times. And by the way, this was also played, I think, by Nihal Sarin against Nepomniachtchi. And Nihal's new idea here is Bishop E3. He's played, only 3 games have been played here, and 2 of them by Nihal Sarin. So you may want to explore this line. Nihal got an advantage with black. This was this game where I think the touch to move thing happened here, I think. Or maybe not this one. I don't, maybe it was this. Not sure. But yeah, it was definitely this match with Nepo. So Queen A4 takes P5, Queen C2. This has 8,969 games. Bishop F4, Knight C6, 973 games. And here, as we discussed, the main move 600 games is Rook D1. But Knight D2 is the other move. Dubov has been playing this quite a bit. Piquet has played. So knight takes, bishop takes, knight e6, fe6, king g2. We have 28 games here. 22 of them have continued with the move c5 and 6 of them with knight d5. So this is the situation here. Let's go to the board and quickly try to discuss with each other what are the imbalances in the position. So guys, what do you think is the main imbalance here? And while we are at it, I want to really give a big shout out to all our subscribers. Guys, we have reached 1.64 million, 16,40,000, which is actually quite amazing, because we are confidently moving towards our aim of 16,50,000. But for now, a mini aim is to reach 16,40,550 subscribers. If you can all help us with that. Aditya Bhopale says an isolated e-pawn. Very rightly said. Meera Gopalakrishnan says white has the c file. Correct. So you would say that white has 2 pawn islands. Correct. That was also mentioned by Rupam Devani. So an island of pawns, basically a clump of pawns. Black has one here, and another here. More the pawn islands, more are the weaknesses often. So here you can see that e6 is clearly weak. In return, what does black have? Naitik says coming to Gujarat for World Juniors. Maybe, but we have a chess-based India team there. Vidhi and Aryan are 2 people from our team who've gone there. Today, Vishy Anand visited the World Juniors venue, and we'll be bringing you some updates from there. Oh, Manaswin Giri says weak light squares around the king. Very well spotted, Manaswan Giri. You do feel right that the king on g2 is slightly loose there. Agreed. Anil Lama, I really like the f file open point which you made. Well done. Rook f. So what essentially Caruana is saying is that, look, Pragg, I have the worst pawn structure. I'm not even debating that. But what I do have is activity. Your king is slightly weak. My rook is active. My knight is active. So what is the move that Pragg will play now, guys? The knight has moved here and is attacking the bishop here. What is the move that Praggnanandhaa should play? Let's go, guys. Let's try to see how many of you can find the move. Yes, the right move here, and I think so many of you have found it. I really enjoy these sessions of commentary, guys, with you, because so many of you are alert, answering, giving the right answers, not using engines, using your mind. Bishop e5 is the right move by Chess Dragon, Suyog, Rupam, Narendra, Ridan, Maniswan, Mahaswin, Rasoi, Sanish, Forchan, and Anush. So bishop on e5 is, I think, a given move that Pragg will play. And then Fabi has to decide what's next. He might go with his pawn to c5, just so that, if you don't do that, let's imagine you play a move like h6, which is not a great idea. What is the move that white should play? Now, come on, you guys are good at this. Let me ask you, white to move. What do you do? I'm asking you a lot of questions. I'm kind of making you think. It's basically a prophylactic move here that I'm thinking about. I know that many of you want to go and checkmate me on g6, but guys, look, if you're going to come here, it's not going to work out so well. I always want to play bishop f6. There's no mate. So the move that I was looking for, and I guess not many have answered here, which shows some players are really very, very alert. And I think the player who has got it right is Anil Lama and Mr. Origami. Queen c6. I really admire this move, because with this move you are stopping c5. You are attacking e6, and next up you want to build up here. All those who said rook c1, great move, but then it doesn't work out because c5 comes in, and that's not a great move there. So that's the reason why here, knight d5, bishop e5, h6, shady. I would go c5 here. And now, not so sure how white should continue. My initial feeling is to put the knight here. Sort of get my king a little safe. Bring my rook to the center. Bring the other rook in the center. Maybe push the pawn. Maybe. And then see from there. Okay, so knight d5 played. Wimpy Kid says already subscribed, दोबारा subscribe दबा दूंगा. अरे रे रे भाई दो बार, don't press twice, that would unsubscribe you. But okay, we are getting a few subscribers there. We'll go to another game. Let's have a look at the game of the leader of the open section, Hikaru Nakamura, against Ding Liren. Ding opens the game with c4, and Hikaru plays his favorite line, which he played even at the candidates, c5. And this is actually a very, very sharp decision by Hikaru. Takes knight f6, knight c3, takes, knight f3, takes, queen takes, knight takes, queen takes back, knight c6, e4, a6, bishop e2, and we have this position on the board, which is the live board position. Mahaswin says, is Ding a tough opponent for Gukesh? Well, it all depends on how Ding is going to sort of evolve in this next few months, because clearly the last few months have been very tough for him. I was reading a book actually. One of my friends sent me an extract. There is something known as when you win something and then you don't fully get over that victory, or you're not really digested it. It's very difficult sometimes. to move to new challenges. And I feel something similar has happened with Ding. He needs to sort of sit down, and he must have done it, by the way, and really embrace this fact that he is the world champion. This is what happened in the world championship, and it's time for now to move on to the next aims in life. But also with what is happening to Ding, I really start to admire Carlsen, Anand, Kasparov, all these players who've played multiple world championship matches, kept up their hunger, not just for world championship titles, but also in between them when they are playing tournaments, and have managed to do pretty well. Okay, so right now, this looks slightly better for Ding. Let's see if he manages to beat Hikaru. I'm going to ask you one very silly question, and I want at least 100 of you to answer. I know that it's a very big ask. It's a very big ask. But if black plays e5 here and white jumps in and takes this pawn, why is this a blunder? Why black to play? And with this, while I've asked this question, we have a new member on the channel, Shubham Sangeeta Rathod. Thank you so much, Shubham. That's very, very nice of you to subscribe, to become a member here, because the members, all the money that we get are going towards players for whom we sponsor laptops, talented players. So Shubham, thank you so much. And we've already had many members in the previous months. In fact, there are 14 players who got laptops. I think we were building an article on it. Let me see if I can pull up. Yes, I'll actually pull up one or two pictures of this so that you guys can see to whom we have given these laptops. I'll be building an article along with my team members, but just so that you know that all of this money that you are spending or is going towards improving Indian chess, fortifying it, making it better all the time, just so that more new champions are created. I'll show maybe one more picture here. Let me see if I can pull it up here. And by the way, these laptops which have been selected are done by an expert. His name is Ashwin, very good friend of ours. So here you can see this is Maitri Mondal, very talented young girl from West Bengal, and she's got the laptop. Very good laptop, very good quality. I think costs roughly around 95 to 97,000. They can work really well. It will last for many years for them. Also, here's another player who got it, Tapan Badamundi, very hardworking player who got it. And this laptop is going to help them immensely. Here's another one whom we gave it to, Garv Gaur, who is very close to his IM title, and I think this will help him move towards it. And another boy who is doing really well and has reached recently 2400 is Anirudh Potawad. He's 2300 and is moving towards his IM title. So all of these players have received this, and you can see on the left of his screen is a tailor's sewing machine. His father was a tailor, recently has also begun working with us. Ravindra Potawad does some of the video editing and so on. So this boy, very talented boy, very hardworking boy he is. So guys, wherever you contribute by becoming a member here or on helpchess.org, it's actually a lot of thought goes behind helping these youngsters, young talents, and making sure all your money is well utilized. Oh, there's one more boy which we must talk about who got the laptop, and I think I'm really a big fan of him. I don't know if you guys will recognize him, but I'm sure he's going to be a grandmaster very soon. This is Srihari L. He is the first ever IM from Pondicherry, and he is aiming to become a grandmaster. Okay, guys, I missed some of your messages which are here. I hope. Uh, okay, let's go back to the game and see what is happening. So clearly, Bishop b4 is going to be a killer blow, and I think 78 of you got it. Well done, guys. 78 of you answered Chess Dragon, Anil Lama, Status, Bad Karma, Suyog, Meera, Rajat, Divyansh, Naitik, and Redan. Great job. Mahaswin says IMs already have laptops. Of course, they were all asked, and only those who needed them. There are many who were using laptops for 5-6 years. It was not in good condition, yet using it, and this will help them. Vignesh says, where do you want the World Championship match to happen? Well, I want the World Championship match to happen wherever our chat decides. So I have made a poll today. Let's see what are the answers of that poll. 51% people think it should happen in Chennai. Wow. Our chat is fully on in Chennai, and I think I must really give the credit to the Chennai government, to Tamil Nadu government, because they've worked really hard to promote chess, to do the Olympiad, to do the Chennai Grandmasters, and I think it would be wonderful if the World Championship match happens there. At the same time, Delhi has 27% and somewhere a new location in India. And I think they were saying that it would happen at the same venue where the G20 summit took place. If that is true, then that might be a brilliant venue. Also, it would mean that chess becomes popular in the northern region of India, which is very interesting. That being said, Singapore, 22% people Singapore, and it's a neutral venue, has its pros there. Very, very nice country. I think many of us can travel there for the World Championship match, I believe. I'm not really sure what would be great. I think it happening in India will boost Indian chess considerably. But I think Gukesh, for him, it doesn't really matter where it happens. For him, even if it happens in Chennai, he has always been very confident performing in Chennai Grandmasters, Olympiad. You could see his performance. He was amazing. So yeah, it's I think all three venues are interesting, and wherever it happens, I wouldn't really mind it. But I have a little bit of a thing that if it happens in India, it would be nice. But where exactly in India? Not sure. Red Alert says, watching India versus Bangladesh on TV and CBI on mobile. Love you, Sagar Bhai. Thank you so much. Aniruddha Sharma says, Bharat Mandapam is absolutely stunning for a location. I have been there twice and it is every bit as majestic as they say it. Wow. That's so nice to know, Aniruddha Sharma. That's very cool. Okay. Let's go to the last game of today, which seems like a little bit of a slow game that is taking place between Firouzja and Magnus. And I can tell you guys, Magnus is in no mood to draw this game with white. He is playing this Berlin line, rook e1, knight d6, knight e5. Rook e1 in the Berlin is considered to be very solid weapon. He's playing it for a win. Rook goes back here, c3, take, knight e8. Well, knight e8 is played mainly so that pawn comes up and the bishop opens up, and Magnus pushes his pawn forward, d5, queen e7, and he keeps the queens on the board. So Magnus is clearly here fighting for advantage. He wants to win this game. He's not saying, oh, I'll play rook e1 and then I will draw and then we will go into the Armageddon and I'll get 1.5. No, he needs 3 points with white. So he thinks that this is a good opening weapon against Firouzja because Firouzja is very sharp. He could go bishop f4. and Firouzja can completely ignore that this pawn because this is already defended. So he can play bishop b7, and here I want to develop my knight, but I'll lose my d5 pawn. So not so simple here how to continue. And I think Magnus, the fact that he's thinking right now is already not a good sign. Why is he thinking for this move already? Meanwhile, very good news. We've already crossed 550 subscribers. We are at 567, guys. 33 more to reach 16,40,600. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Aditya says ideal Saturday morning with India's cricket match and Sagar Bhai's chess commentary. Aditya, wonderful. I think morning time in US and those in Canada. So wonderful. Okay, let's go to the game of Vaishali. And by the way, just so that all of you who've joined in should know, Vaishali is currently leading the tournament in a big way. There you have it. The standings, she's having 2.5 extra points. Also, if you aren't aware, Vaishali just broke into 2500 on the live rating list. She's in tremendous form here. She's playing brilliant chess, and I think she's just in an amazing player. I'm so happy that Vaishali is gaining momentum in her career, and let's hope that she's able to today hold herself against Lei Tingjie, because Lei Tingjie is one of the best players in the world. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Knight C3, Knight F6, Bishop B5. We have the 4 knights. Vaishali goes for Bishop B5. Bishop comes out to D6. Sometimes, you know, when the bishop comes to B5, and guys, look at this. Take, and the bishop on D6 doesn't look foolish. This bishop here, which is blocking the pawn, many times you are said not to do it. But imagine you take, this bishop opens up. And that's the reason why many times when white plays B3, E5, bishop B2, knight C6, E3, knight F6, and bishop B5. What is an interesting move here for black from what you've just learnt right now? Let's go. Black to play. Yeah, cool centrists. E4 is Vaishali's main weapon. So D4 she plays rarely. Manas says, Sagar, big fan of yours. I'm playing chess as a hobby, but nowadays I'm learning chess from Don. You know, Don had a job to analyze the win of Pragg against Magnus, but hasn't found the time to do it. Hopefully, he will. Techno Beast says, if Ding wins today against the tournament leader, he can shut up all the haters. Let's see. I think very tough to beat Hikaru. Bishop D6. Exactly. Suyog, Poonam, Sword, Anil, Anilama, Krishiv, Beloglavi, Sanish, Rupam, chess lovers, and cool centrists. Bishop D6. This is a very common line, and then it continues, I think, with Knight A3. And sometimes black even goes Knight A5 just to stop Knight C4 from coming in. And it's a very weird line that happens. But okay, coming back to the game. E4, E5, we had 4 knights, Bishop B5, Bishop D6, D3 by Vaishali. Knight came into the center. Vaishali says, I'll take it. Pawn takes. She goes back to E2, attacking the pawn on D4. Pawn comes up. Bishop goes back to A4. And now you have to realize that this check doesn't really win material. It could have, but there is C3 defending the bishop this way. So bishop goes back to C7, and now, okay, I am a bit confused because Vaishali played castles here, and that too after 5 minutes of thought. My question is, why couldn't Vaishali simply capture this pawn? What was stopping her from making this move? Knight takes D4. Maybe you guys are aware of it. Thank you, Sakar Chess, saying it was a good game. Uh, Against, by the way, Carlsen's win against Caruana, it was very cool. Yeah, I think this move d5 is very interesting. Yeah, this is fantastic, guys. You kind of hit the nail on the head, because after takes, what does black do here? Just castles. And then if you castle here, then already the problem lies in the fact that there is one bishop here, a knight that can jump here, a bishop that is looking here, and a queen that could enter to give a check. So all in all, a very, very dangerous attack can brew up if white is not careful here. So that's the reason why Vaishali, I think, said, I'm not interested in winning this pawn. I'm just castling. But Lei Tingjie says, I don't care. I'm just hitting in the center. So Lei Tingjie also now, if you take here, she might just even castle. But here you can even go knight d5, knight d4, and queen h4. Interesting move here. Threatening this and the knight, and if you of course move the knight away, what's happening? Very quickly, I'm not going to even make the move. What's the problem with knight coming back? Sir, I'm 16. Is there any chance? Can I start my chess journey? Manas, chess is for every age. Why do you even have to ask me? You can start your journey, of course. LPDO, Bishop is hanging, Deven Tiwari, Sword Gaming, Poonam K, Telegram Chess, fun with AP knowledge. Beautiful, guys, beautiful. Anonymous God says, I have an MacBook Air M1 almost in unused condition. How to make sure it reaches to a chess player in need? Very interesting question. Well, what we could do is we could put up an article along with maybe people who want to put up a Google form where people can apply for it, and then we can choose someone from there. That could be one way, but we could also know someone who would need it. So if you want to donate it for chess, we are more than happy to help you. That make sure it reaches the right person. Knight f3, terrible move, loses the bishop. But thank you for this thought that you have had in your mind to help help the chess player. Yes, Amruta is joining us. By the way, guys, big round of applause to Amruta wherever you are in your homes. Let's have applause. Joining us all the way from the bedroom, this time the living room or the kitchen. Where were you, Amruta?
Hello, Sagar. No, I am not joined yet. Do you? I mean, because I'll give you food because
No,
today
I'll
it's
have.
Different this thing.
I'll have my
थोड़ा
food.
काम करना पड़ेगा.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
वो
I'll do it.
Okay. ठीक है, जब भी चाहिए तब बोल.
Krishna Pandit, member for 32 months, says, hello Sagar bhai, kaise ho? It's heartening to see two Indians in top 10. Yes. And also in women, Vaishali is just around there. Harika is there. So maybe around 3 women in top 15 now. Okay, Amruta, Vaishali's position doesn't evoke huge amount of confidence because she was not greedy enough to take this pawn, because taking this pawn had its own advantages. After d5, maybe f3, this nice setup here in the center. Clearly, we discussed that we don't want to castle in such a position because, you know, these two bishops will become very dangerous at some point. So that's the reason why just f3 would be good and so on.
But looks like an okay position for her. She castled. I know. I mean, it's not so easy.
Yes, but this is a very typical thing where the bishop on a4 is slightly misplaced, and these two bishops are looking here. Knight comes in, the queen joins in. It's compensation.
Does she have the move f4 here?
Oh,
d4, d4, knight d4, knight d4.
Take, and take.
Knight d4. Short castle.
Yeah, it seems like black is just clearly doing very well, right?
C3 with the idea of bishop C2. But yeah, the pawn on F4 you don't like much. True.
Doesn't
But
look great.
okay. Yeah, what is the best move, if I may ask here, for an Indian?
I don't know. Amruta, let's ask our chat, why is bishop g5 not a great idea? Let's see.
Nice questions. I like
If
that.
they are able to find the move, maybe simple castle also should work. But there is a tactic here, guys.
Great question there. Sachin says Vaishali's position has flavors of Marshall.
I agree. Very, Sachin, when he started his, maybe it was not his started, he's playing chess since a long time, but this is such an evolved comment that he's made, that this position has flavors of Marshall.
Yeah.
I mean, to say this, you should know the Marshall, you should know the compensation there, and so on. So amazing. Well done, Sachin.
Sahid, do you know Samir Pathak?
Yes, of course. He is the CEO of the Global Chess League.
Peter Griffin says I am his cousin
Okay.
and he wants to meet you.
Bishop takes.
That's
King
nice,
takes.
Peter.
Knight g4, check, and you can win the bishop here. So all those who said this,
26 people. Suyog, Deven, Rasoi Magic, Sanish, Jawahar, Anilama, Abhinav, Sachin, Shivani, Crazy. रसोई मैजिक देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि टुडे वी डोंट हैव आवर हाउस हेल्प फॉर द फूड आवर शेफ सो रसोई मैजिक से कभी खाना मंगा सकते हैं.
I used to use Rasoi Magic a lot, Amruta, in my trips before.
Yeah.
I used to carry it a lot. It was very simple. You get a
It
packet.
was before the awareness was spread of ready to eat.
Yes, somehow those food packets are not very good for health. And of course, I grew up. Then I had some more money also, which I could spend at restaurants. Otherwise, earlier you had to save every bit of money. So Rasoi Magic was very good. You take a bread and you just dip that in the water like the packet and then you eat it.
Yeah, but it's fun also at some point to do that. We should do it once. Manas says, Amrita ma'am, if I reach Maharashtra, is there any chance you help me in meeting Chespa? I'm 16. Oh, he's 16.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, we should. We will plan something. Chespa was such a
Chespa
super hit.
meetup.
All the people who've seen the vlog. So we'll plan something. Then you can.
By the way, Amruta, Humpy's
about Praggnanandhaa?
position
I really
is
want to
equal.
see Pragg.
Let's go there. Just finishing this. And Anna Muzychuk is having a small edge against Pia Cramling. Let's go to the game of Praggnanandhaa. And Praggnanandhaa played the Amruta just giving you a recap of the game. If you are alert, please. You can
Yes,
follow.
I will follow. One second. I was just reading some comment. Difficult Gaming says my college IIT Delhi has great infrastructure. Also, our college gives preference with good FIDE rating students. So there are many chess enthusiasts. My college also hosts chess tournaments. Of course, IIT is like.
It feels like he's writing an essay on his college.
But yes, IIT has a great chess culture. Difficult Gaming. Nice.
So
Catalan, Sagar, today there is cricket match. So अब chess से है टक्कर cricket. Chess and cricket.
yeah,
Chess versus cricket.
I-
Though it
I'm-
will at some point be chess and cricket are the best friends,
uh-huh.
It's like all the cricketers will be promoting chess and all the chess people will be promoting cricket. ये
Okay.
होएगा. But आज के दिन, we will always start it with versus. Roger Federer versus Nadal. Roger versus Nadal. Most amazing matches. Today they are the closest friends.
Mhm.
Sir, I don't like such reactions.
Very
from
nice.
you. Sagar,
Amruta,
just
very,
a
very-
little bit more reaction from you.
Yes.
I'm expecting. I have expectations from you.
No, this is very, very cool what you just said right now. I don't know from where you got this. I was just admiring the analogy that you gave. Right now, Amruta, Praggnanandhaa's position looks very slightly better because of this weakened e6 pawn. And it has happened from the Catalan. And he brought, but Caruana says, I have some advantages of this pawn being here. I can get my queen out here, use my rook, and try to launch an attack. So here's the question after rook a d1. Does Fabi have a realistic attack here, because after queen h5 you have to be very careful. There is a big
How
threat.
can there be a okay? 1 second. What's the threat? I don't even see a threat.
Oh, okay. Let me see. If you play
Oh,
a3,
okay.
why is
Nice.
this a mistake? Because
Good
Amruta
question.
said she doesn't see it, so I needed to ask it. Black to play. What's happening? Abir, yes, chess-based premium account will work on. It's a browser-based thing, so it'll work anywhere. Chess-based 17 and Mega Database does not work on Mac right now. You have to install Windows on it, so maybe you'll have to get something like a Windows solution, Windows Parallels to make it work.
Tanmay says in other news, Arjun won today. The
You won?
badman in Magnus's words is going strong.
You
Yes,
won?
Arjun won.
Oh my goodness. Whom did he beat
Crazy.
today?
What is his live rating? We should also know that. And Kuzo Frog says, I want to hug Chespa as well. I'm grown up though. Is that okay, Sagar Bhaiya?
Ah,
Oh,
yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
Chess Spice for all.
Actually, yeah, we thought it's for kids, but with this camp and the tournament, we realized that everybody loves Chespa.
Amruta, Arjun has reached 2769.9.
Oh,
He's
world number
2770.
5.
Almost like 0.1
Oh,
or a
Nepo.
point away from Nepo.
0.1, Sagar.
Yeah.
0.1.
0.1. He beat today Alonso Rosel Alvar. Guys, Arjun Erigaisi, what a guy. I'm just waiting for Arjun to take part in some huge events, like candidates or Norway Chess or something, and see what he does there. He may be the guy who's played the least number of super tournaments and has managed to reach here, no?
Which is so difficult actually.
Very
Playing
much.
super tournaments, it's easier to climb up in comparison. Nothing is easy, by the way. Actually, nothing is easy.
Yeah, no, but
that is definitely tough, what he is doing. Because one draw and you lose so many rating points.
Agreed. In no way I was saying that it is easy. I was just mentioning
Yeah,
a fact.
No, of course not.
By the way, Rook F3
Was
mentioned
found by Telegram Chess, Deven Tiwari, Krishav Sarogi, Suyog Wadke, Rasoi Magic, Arjun Iyer, Sanish M, Rupam Devani, Shilpi Agarwal, and Arav Jain.
Congratulations, guys, for that right answer. And by the way, Amruta, Anirudh Painuli gives a very nice comment here in our live chat. He says, can you
Hi
read it?
Sagar sir, 4 years ago I started watching your chess basics stream. One day I wrote a move in chat and you replied. I got so excited and hardly a day passed without chess since then. Arre, kya baat
That's
hai.
amazing.
Chess basics. Arre, nice.
Okay, Amruta.
So why are you messaging after 4 years, Anirudh? Where were you? So there is a national in Maharashtra also for me. Can I meet Chespa also? Ask Saman.
Amruta, I have one small question
Yes,
for you.
please.
Hikaru has played e5 and he's sacrificed a pawn. Why?
No, he's not sacrificed a pawn.
You're not answering quickly.
Okay, Are, I was reading the chat, scrolling up and down. Wait, I can't think. Now it's a lot of pressure. In panic, my mind doesn't work. 1 second, 1 second. Oh no. Oh, horrible. That is so horrible.
Guys, Amruta feeling bad right now, not finding the move. But okay, Amruta, it happens to the best.
It's like, when knight e5, when I'm only looking at that knight on e5, if something is happening, but it has nothing to do with the knight on e5.
True.
Normally, the solutions are just elsewhere.
By the way, Amruta, Magnus Carlsen has just moved his knight to c4. The position he has against Alireza Firouzja is very, very equalish. Pretty dry, I must say.
This one?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. Not at all.
I mean, one open file.
But that bishop on b7.
It's slightly
that
closed.
f1 bishop is a bishop, not a rook. I didn't look at that. I thought rook e1 aane wala hai abhi.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna take some.
By the way, this
But
is
there
a
are-
blunder. And guys, why is this a blunder? Black to play. Can you find a good move? Very tricky, but also not so tricky. Like you can find it.
Red Alert says, I have been watching you since Praggnanandhaa defeated Magnus 3 times in a row.
Okay, let's see how many got this answer, Amruta. I'm expecting at least 50 of them to find it, but
I
right
think
now,
it's too much. Because 50 will find, but when they're watching cricket simultaneously, to type that becomes a bit difficult. Nisarg says you made chess so much fun to watch and learn.
double attack, guys. The right answer by Anil Lama, Arav Suyog, Shilpi, Telegram, Arjun Iyer, Krishiv, Sanish, Sword, and Vishwa. So that
Almost
wins.
40, yeah, not
Yeah,
bad.
beautiful.
Not bad.
Okay, I'm calling out a draw here in this game. And
No,
against.
you know what? Magnus, yesterday, the way he beat Caruana. No calling out on draws for Magnus.
By the way, Amruta, Queen H5 did happen. And we were talking about
Rook
this, and taking the bishop, but
Queen e4.
he saved it with Queen E4. And Fabi quickly gets his bishop here.
Can I go
Ooh,
G4?
Amruta, there's a beautiful tactic
G4?
I want to
Ask.
turn your attention to. Let me make it work in a nice way. So if black goes C4, it doesn't work.
You wanted to go rook d5. I know, wow, what a lovely calculation you had done, Sagar.
Yes, but it doesn't work. Because after
Queen
take,
f7.
yes.
But let's ask you, what if king h8?
Because I saw rook f7, this is hanging, but there's queen f7. And as Amruta asked, what about king h8? Why
This
is
one
this?
you will get 50 answers, Sagar. 50.
This we should be. Guys, let's go.
50. Shashank says, I'm seeing chess and cricket together. Kya baat hai? Sagar, today maybe, why don't you do this? Today, all the analogies you can give cricket. Boundary. Blunder हो गया तो इल से boundary मिल गया. Massive blunder sixer हो गया.
Arey. I was thinking if a good move, we should say that. If it's a
Acha.
blunder, it's clean bold.
Oh, right.
Yes. If it is a massive blunder, it is hit wicket.
ठीक है तुम सोच लेना
You
मतलब
know
वो
what
मेरे
hit
को
wicket
क्रिकेट
is?
वगैरह वैसे भी नहीं है.
Hit wicket, Amruta is not aware, guys. Very, very poor knowledge of chess.
Hit wicket is so common. Come on, मेरा ही self bat ये हो जाता है ना वो.
Sword
वही तो होता
gaming,
था मेरा बचपन
Suryo
में.
Kuadge, Arav, Jain Tarang, Arjun, Divyansh, Kartikeya, Vishal, and Namit. Well done, guys. Bishop takes on G7 check, winning the.
बचपन में जब खेलना रहता है तब सब लिम्बू टिम्बू बुलाते थे.
तुमको?
मतलब obviously ना if I'm little and then I'm playing cricket
I thought
and मुझे कुछ
Limbu
आ नहीं रहा है.
Timbu is the guy or the girl who is playing in both the teams.
No, it's basically कि यार तू तो ऐसे भी कुछ करने नहीं वाला है, तू छोटा सा है, तेरे को consolation prize है, like you can play with us. Basically it's more like हम देखो, बड़े कुछ भी गेम हो जाए basically.
But I thought that person is in both the teams, like that way.
नहीं तो तुम्हारे इधर लिम्बू टिम्बू शायद से अलग था. कच्चा लींबू नहीं, कच्चा लींबू अलग है. हाँ, kind of.
Guys, what was the name of the person who would play in both teams? Would bat here, would field there. Like the moment he's fielding, and if all the players are out in this team, he would go and bat also.
ये ऐसा कभी नहीं था.
Common man, हाँ, common.
क्या? I thought he's saying come on man. ये क्या discussion?
हाँ, Inti Pinti.
नहीं, Inti Pinti नहीं. Inti Pinti Ponti. Father has a donkey.
Inti Pinti, Amruta. Inti Pinti कौन है? अरे, all these names, so many years since I.
There are so many people who also relate with it. I can't believe it. Because I thought it maximum might be a Pune, Mumbai, little bit Maharashtra
Some people
thing.
are saying beach ka bichu, beach ka bandar.
Common man is like such a
Bhopu.
common thing.
Common player or joker. Okay, many names. Yeah,
This is
I
so
think in
good.
different cultures you call them different names. Beach ka bichu is something new. I got.
Maybe
to know.
that is North. Hindi में शायद निकले.
I think we used to call Inti Finti. But
Superb, yaar.
you know, Amruta, some scientist comes here and then he's thinking, oh, they're talking about infinity. But actually, it's infinity.
And then he's like, tomato मारो यार इधर tomato मारो.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the game of Vaishali. Where is she heading towards after d5? She offers a trade of bishops and Lei Tingjie just castles there. I'm a bit surprised by Lei Tingjie's decision because now you could take, queen takes, pawn takes. I think you have to take with the knight, and now knight takes d4. And I was wondering if this is already material advantage to white, but black has only one move to keep balance and not an easy one, guys. That's why I'm going to ask you, black to play here. What do you do?
Look at his Manases in UP, we call it kawa.
And Rupam says Vachli Vandri.
Are
Maybe in
Shekhar, at
Gujarat.
least there is Shekhar who says Limbu Timbu. Koi to tha. Somebody asked about the soft toys for Chespa. Yes, guys, we are looking at it. It's not so easy to find a manufacturer, we're trying.
Yeah,
if anybody knows by chance, please drop an email to us. But we are on the way for that, like researching.
By the way, all the people here have mentioned the move Queen F4, and I think you guys felt that this is a great thing. It's a good suggestion, but what after C3? And I think most of you wanted to go C5 here. However, once C3 is played, the queen is defending the bishop, and so after knight E2, it is better for white. Okay. So not easy to find here. The right move, Amruta, was not queen f4 but queen b6. Double attack here and here. Not at all simple.
Knight
if you go
B3
knight
ko-
b3, the
nice.
bishop is almost going to be
Queen
trapped.
B4.
Queen b4, and it is
C4. You can still save it, but instead you have to make your
maybe you should start with something like queen d2 takes.
But abhi C4 se kya matlab? Basically it was counter attack where I wanted to move the B3
But
knight.
Amruta, now look,
What?
knight f6, white to play
Oh.
and win, guys.
Wow, what a nice question, Sagar. Nice question. Tunak says, hello Sagar, I would like to say thank you to you and Samay for teaching me chess nahi Hindi. For teaching me Hindi. Abhishek, stay confused. Sharang says, I think Limbu Timbu is what Amruta said. Someone who can be put in any team because they are not valuable enough. Usually someone's younger sibling.
And by the way, guys, this is perfect. Knight c5 is the correct move. The queen is trapped here, and this right answer has been given to us by 45 people.
Suyog, Arav, Poonam, Arjun, Lasni, Yash, Shrushti, Krishiv, Harshit, and Namit.
Today, Suyog Wadke is on fire. Ask any question, and Suyog Wadke is there. He's right on the ball. He's waiting for the questions to be asked.
That's stuck, and when I see that subscriber count stuck, it feels like मेरी आँखों को कुछ हो गया है.
But Amruta, look at the subscriber count. We are heading towards 16,40,700, just 31 away. And I think slowly and steadily we are moving forward.
Yay! Awesome, Sagar. And today we have a nice thumbnail.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, Anirudh says now I'm 1700, so I can tell everyone I play chess. That's why I'm messaging after 4 years. But that is so cool. 1700. क्या ही patience है यार तुम में?
Yeah, very good patience there, Aniruddha. Very huge congratulations to you.
Yeah. Your life partner would really be proud.
Why?
Patience है इतना.
He's very young, I think. He's 16.
तो बाद में तो लाइफ पार्टनर हो जाएगा ना.
Not sure.
16 है तो ठीक है. गलत हो गया अभी के लिए. बाद में मैंने भी पेशेंस रखना चाहिए था.
By the way, this game of Pragg and Caruana is developing quite slow. Actually, Amruta, if you think about it, today's games are all very slow moving.
Okay, let's change our perception for a while. The perception is we will feel that the games are moving amazingly fast. And now let's see how it feels.
Yes. By
And
the way,
now let's
Amruta,
try
a
to analyze.
question by Pranjal Revankar. He asks, can Bishop G7 work here? But Pranjal, the main problem is, yes, you win 2 pawns, but this
No
knight is...
compensation. You don't have any active pieces. Your pawns are not advanced. Whenever the pawns are compensation, it's important that either they're advanced or it is for the king, then you have the piece coordination.
Yeah. So this doesn't work, Amruta. Rook a d8 is on the board, and we'll see how the game continues here. Meanwhile, we should definitely check Nakamura's game, because after e5, Ding played a3, stopping bishop from coming to b4, and bishop g4 played by Hikaru. So he is very much fine to give up material here. And his point is that after takes, remember you can't take here because of queen d1 mate. So you have to take here, and then an important move here by black. Black to play. What do you do, guys? Let's go. Black to move. Beautiful. This is excellent here. Right answer by Yash Kataria, Suyog, Shilpi, Emerald, Dare Anuj, Namit, Likhit, Vishal, Sonia, and Arav. Knight d4 check. King has to move away. Let's say king f1. I go rook c8, and look at black's compensation here. Very, very amazing. And that's the reason why you don't want to be taking this pawn right now.
Oh, nice. That was a good question, actually.
And here Firouzja has stopped in his tracks for the next move. He's thinking about it. I guess he will go knight d6, offering a trade.
But 96, Carlsen is not going to exchange. I think he will go back to e3 maybe?
He could, Amruta, but then maybe rook e8, and it feels like black's pieces are just so much more in the game than white's. So for the time being, we do see that Magnus has no advantage. Alireza has a comfortable position. We go back to Vaishali's game. After castling, she hasn't yet played her move. Taking the bishop would be the right thing to do. Koneru Humpy versus Ju Wenjun looks like so equal, Amruta, that Ju Wenjun is right now taking, how much time? She's taken 26 minutes to make her move. She hasn't played it yet because she's feeling like, I have nothing. And I really like the position of Anna Muzychuk here against Pia Cramling. It does feel like white is slightly better. Even after take, this position, rook a7, white does feel the one pressing.
No, I think Pia Cramling played a really amazing that day with Vaishali, and towards the end, Vaishali did manage to trick her.
Yeah.
But to even keep fighting in that draw position till the end was too good. Okay, Sir, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll
like
go
me
and
to get
I'll go
dinner?
and eat something, Amruta. Look at Praggnanandhaa's move. He's gone a4. He's striking here on the queen side and trying to create weaknesses. Maybe he later, after take, he can move his rook, enter down on the a file. So this can get very interesting. And Amruta, I want to also, before I leave, pin a message here for our chat, because we have a WhatsApp channel, and I think not many people are aware about this, that we have a WhatsApp channel, because it has some very, very good content there.
Yeah, but how do you pin it?
I'm going to pin it in the chat so that people can join in. We have around 1,000 people there, and we put up many different articles, many different videos that we have, and all of that updates are put up there. So maybe you guys want to also check out Chessbase India official WhatsApp channel, and I'm going to pin the
When is
link.
Chess Spa School going to come? Asks Poonam. It Could happen. Lots of things could happen.
Ooh, Chispa school.
But I love how many people had watched the vlog where Shrestha, just 3 years old, traveled from Bhopal. He comes here to Mumbai and the happiness he has. It's amazing. I think that one we should have in all languages so that everybody gets to know. Oh, by the way, Jaguar says, hi, Sagar Shah and Amruta. Is our internet hanged? 1 second. Huh. I've started watching CBI from few months and I have a genuine question. Why Sagar Shah not GM yet? He doesn't know that. You should check out the video. I'm not a GM.
Why I did not? What stopped
What is
me
it?
from becoming a grandmaster?
What stopped him from becoming a grandmaster? So maybe, I don't know, if any mods also, please drop a link here. It would be nice.
And Amruta, we have right now. I'll just go and grab my dinner.
You'll get your dinner here?
No,
No?
no, you can continue
Okay,
and I'll
okay.
join in a bit.
Anirudh says, actually, I'm 23 years research scholar at IIT Roorkee. So I guess 23 years ka hai. Sagar was 16 years ka nahi hai.
Oh, okay.
So then it's right. Cool. Poonam says, I've just reached 2350 from 2100 in 2 months. My FIDE is 1850. Arey, kya baat hai? We should talk about it. We should. For now, first, let's analyze the game. A4 has been played by Praggnanandhaa. And what he's saying is that on the queen side, you have your pawn structure. You don't have too many pieces which can come to defend the pawns if when they are weak. The queen is on h5, and seriously, what is the queen doing? Because there is nothing on h2 or h3 or even anything like rook f6, rook h6. So it's not a well placed queen, so it cannot stay there for a long time. Otherwise, it will be more of a useless queen. And I think with the move a4, Pragg has started putting pressure on this structure, which is nice. The c file is open. You can attack the c5 pawn at some point. The bishop on e5 cannot be kicked away, but it cannot even go anywhere because there is knight over here. The pawn controls here, and over here, of course, it's... So the knight is in defense of this bishop, and this knight is just sitting there, not really having, any goals for now. He's like supporting the bishop. So Pragg went, after looking at all his pieces, he says the coordination looks fine. So he went a4. For black, he is going to feel a bit shaky over here. So he will try to say, how can I improve my queen? With that question, he will say, okay, I can challenge the queen, the white's queen, which is actively placed in the center. And the question is, can white avoid the queen exchange? Actually, no, because it cannot go anywhere where it cannot be exchanged. So after queen f5, queen exchange will be on the cards. And if white captures this queen, then the black gets e takes f5, where the pawns once again meet each other one island and are very happy. Of course, this would be a blunder because of white to play, guys. What will you do over here? Vedant says, I finally came here after my coaching and then playing some chess games. Very nice. Time to answer. Okay, Poonam, why don't you, you're very consistent in the chat, why don't you write a mail to ChessBiz India and just let me know what are the books you're studying, what is the material you have studied, are you taking coaching, how are you working, maybe some more details. I'll reply to you over there. E4, absolutely. E4 is the right move. It's a pawn fork. Arjun, Emerald, Gopal, Krishiv. Good one. Yes, super comp. I think what we should plan is, because of the busy schedule, maybe we should fix some dates. Like, we should find phases where there are not much tournaments. And in that phase, this is what we were thinking about. In that phase, it could be more learning related series, all series. So it may not be like a continuous thing, but in a year there will be some phases where we can find it. And seriously, I think the grandmaster chess and learn from classics, these are good ones, so they can happen in that, like we can make it happen. Maybe I will start learning from him. Okay, e4 is the move where it is a fork, so you cannot take with the rook. So queen f5 is the move I am expecting from Caruana over here, because even if not queen f5, imagine black says I want to push the pawn to b4. Now this move is already shaky. What would be the best strategic idea here for white? White to play. It's an important question. I would like you to think seriously on this. It is not easy. So white to play. What does the instinctively first move that comes to your mind after a move like b4? First of all, a move like b4 is very committal. You give up the c4 square. Can black play c4 instead of queen? Oh, that was your question. Areva. Cool. We are addressing it anyway. So the move is, it's a little bit confusion for everyone, but few people want to go a5. Poonam, Yash, Parikshit, Krishiv, Chanitu, and Vihan. And this is a very good move, a5, because you're fixing this pawn on the light square. And then you plan to attack it, because it is very hard to defend it with a piece. The rook will have to go back to a8. And then you can play e4 and rook d7 and all these things. So looks great. So b4 would be a strategic mistake for a move like a5, disconnecting both of them. Few people had suggested queen c4, but with the problem, no, this is already a blunder. We forgot. Guys, do you remember why first of all queen h5 was played? The idea was rook takes f3 and this. And with queen c4, that's happening. Yeah, but then with a5 also you will have to first take care of that and then go queen c4, because let's not forget the big threat that the queen is here shanti mein dekh rahi hai. Another suggestion which was given was knight d2, because as soon as we get the square on c4 you can shift the knight. This one is good one. Shows your positional understanding that there is a weakness, a weak square, and your knight immediately goes and maneuvers over there and then keeps an eye on another weak square, gets rid of the threats on rook f3. Queen f5 happened. Caruana is never going to make such moves. No doubt there. So Queen f5 and Pragg immediately takes it. Max to max, Pragg had to move the queen, but he takes e takes f5, and now he takes a takes b5, a takes b5. Last two moves, some exchanges have happened. And yeah, what now? How do you think in this position for white? Pragg answers it already. He says, there's nothing to think. There's an open file there, and I want to enter the 7th rank. Once the queens are off the board, it's much easier to, get the rooks on 7th rank. You're not taking care of the back ranks and all. So rook a1 played. The threat is rook a7. Can you stop that with the move, let's say rook 8? Can you go rook 8? What else is possible for black? F f4. f4 looks interesting. So f4 is one of the ideas you've suggested, and then the rook will jump into a7. This is defended for now. I don't have e4 for now, so it's really defended. But you don't want to keep it so loose. Either you will try to challenge this bishop, which is very active for white, but then they will lose the pawn. So it might be something where white is happier. gf4 now. Once again, because your knight is defending this, it cannot move, takes, and you lose a piece. So f4 is somehow not in alignment with the white's threat of rook a7, and it shows that your knight or rook are getting tied down. So what else? g5. Exactly. A move like g5, I find it, when white is going rook a7 and it looks pretty powerful. So g5 opening up this diagonal, I find it very unnatural move. What about you guys? How are you even suggesting this? Aren't you finding this unnatural? Yes, next I understand you want to go bishop f6. You want to go g4. The knight really doesn't have a good square which is available, so it has to go passive. But g5, isn't it unnatural? It's a preparation move. Okay, but he goes, for rook a1, rook a8 has been played. While we are analyzing in depth, what Caruana says is, I don't even want to calculate that your rook is on 7th rank. So rook a1. And Pragg very quickly goes rook f d1. This is under attack, so the threat is you take, and rook d5. But if black says, okay, I'll take, and once again you cannot challenge rook a8. Is this heading towards a draw? Maybe I would like to say that, but black has two pawns on the queen side, a pawn majority on the queen side, which means he can create a passer with this pawn and with the pieces. So Praggnanandhaa will have to be careful for that matter, and he can be, and then this should end in a draw and we might go into Armageddon. But not a dead draw. Like I wouldn't predict like Magnus yesterday, which was day before yesterday, which felt really going towards a draw. This one at least has this big imbalance on the board. We'll shift to Magnus's game because they played some moves after knight c4. Bishop g5 was played, and Firouzja challenges the dark square bishop. So that is the exchange he's looking at, saying that my bishop on b7 looks restricted, but actually is keeping an eye on the d5 pawn. And if it opens up, it's going to be dangerous. So d6 played by Magnus, who says, I really don't care. Everything is defended. So d6 played. Knight d6. Bishop takes g5. One second. Bishop takes, knight takes d6, bishop takes g5, queen g5, knight d6 over here, cd6, queen d6, and bishop c6. So pawns are equal, but this one is an isolated pawn. You have the same colored bishops. The queen is eyeing here, bishop is eyeing here. We will come back here and analyze in detail again. What is happening in Hikaru's game? Is there anything which is crazy? Rook c8, queen b3 played by Ding, and knight goes to a5. So the queen is attacked, doesn't have the c file, can go to a4 or d1, d3. Queen a4 check, then there is b5. So the decision is whether you want to give a check and then go queen d1, whether you want to provoke b5 or you don't, or you want to go queen d1 directly. If that is the decision, like going queen d1 with the pawn on b7 and a6, or with the pawn on b5 and a6, what would you guys do? First a check or directly queen d1? Let me see. What is your thought? Because it is not easy to understand what to do. Oh, Vedant says I was studying bishop and knight endgame today. Do you have some tips? Yes, of course. You should check out videos, by the way. There are many videos on ChessBiz India. In fact, we also have the live videos when two players are playing. W is one of the tip. It moves in that shape, you can say. First check. Queen d1 directly. Check. Direct. Queen d1. Check. First a check. Isn't it confusing? Even in the chat, I think it might be roughly around 50. Maybe write the moves, guys. What is the move? You really want to go queen a4 or queen d1? That would help. Let's go with the poll. Queen a4 or queen d1? You know, some questions have literally nothing to do with the engine because there is no right or wrong answer. It's more about understanding if you are into decision making, what would be your decision. And one advantage when you all are writing the move, typing the move in the chat, is that sometimes we are watching, we are thinking this is possible, that is possible. But when it actually comes to decision making, you write it, that is your decision. So the practice of, a final decision, writing a move, typing a move is like a final decision. You're getting used to it. So all of you who are typing, even if you know the answer, it is amazing. That effort is very, very useful. Nothing goes waste. And here we have the poll. Many of the people would like, not too much difference, but still queen d1 is something which would be preferred directly. Like it, queen d1. You don't want to call this to b5 because also it gives a knight c4 outpost. Maybe queen d1 looks like a better move, slightly better move than queen a4, though very hard to guess. And if queens get exchanged with queen d1, rook d1, looks like white is also having the open file. But there is a slight issue here. Slight issue. What is a good move for black here? Black to play. Mayank, okay, we will check that as well. You want to sacrifice the bishop after queen a4? Definitely, let's check that. Arpan says, I'm watching both ICC World Cup and Chess Norway. India is showing that it was the best civilization in the history. क्या बात है? Oh, everyone finds it. Amazing. Parikshit, Yash, Poonam, Riddhan, Shilpi, Chaitanya, Devan, Ajish, Chanitu, and AP knowledge. Knight b3. Such a powerful knight, weak square. The little move a3, you see it has weakened the square. And these are the squares you have to find for your pieces. It's like these are the homes you keep finding for your pieces. On the chessboard, yes, you are a real estate agent. So when the rook goes to b1, the knight here controls an important c file. The bishop is about to develop on a beautiful diagonal there. Then it has an outpost with the pawn on e5 on d4. So black's position looks so pleasant. Even if you look at it, it looks so pleasant. So Hikaru, so that's why Ding gave a check first. But still my question is the same thing. If b5, now you go queen d1, queen takes d1, let's say rook takes d1. Same problem with knight b3. So where was the improvement for white? Where was the improvement for white? Have you realized at which point white had a better way to continue? In the meantime, guys, we are having 16,40,751 subscribers, 49 more to go for 800 subscribers, क्या ही बात है. And 1303 believers. Mihir Kumar has contributed on Help Chess a day ago, and we are having 25 big believers. What is the move? People are saying, where was the improvement? Ye tough question hai. You know, this one is a tough question. So, who is thinking in that direction? I'm really keen. Because you don't know at which point was the improvement. But if anybody, Sujata, क्या बात है. Very proud of you, Sujata. Emerald, Pahadi, and Poonam. You guys have got it right. The improvement is after Queen D1, you stop this important idea of black of knight b3 and you take the queen with the bishop. That is one improvement which white can certainly do. So maybe one time I would like to go back and see that if I would do directly queen d1 takes bishop d1. This time there is no b5. Maybe this was better because you prefer the pawn on b7 actually, because your bishop is anyway not keeping an eye here for threats like a4 when the pawn is on b5. So this could have been better. He gives a check. And Hikaru is thinking, but these are such subtle things, right? I mean, it is not so obvious at all. But the little things, and when they are thinking for so long in the game, they are understanding. Hikaru is already feeling that he is better in the position. It is a lot of pressure on Ding right now. It is not easy to defend this position, I would say. Mitesh says, I got second prize in a tournament. Thanks to ChessBase India. Arre, Mitesh, congratulations. That is so cool. One more question we had got is after b5, bishop takes b5. Why not to sacrifice a piece? A takes b5, queen takes b5. Very interesting suggestion. Because, firstly, if you go bishop d7, the problem is there is queen takes e5 check. And you have got 3 pawns for a piece. And certainly huge compensation because this one's going to go b4, a4. You know, you're just going to roll them. You want nothing else. No attack. Let the king be safe. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. बस इसको queen बनाना है. That's it. So bishop d7. This is hanging. If you go knight c6 because you don't want the queen to capture on e5. Still, this knight is going to jump to e5 now. There is no pin or anything. So knight e5, in fact there is a pin over here and the threat is knight c6 winning the piece. To save the piece, actually what is the move you will play? Because even this is hanging, so looks like the only move, bishop d7 to save the knight. But when you play bishop d7, is rook d1 coming, pinning over here? You can even consider knight d7, queen d7 and a simple developing move where can you just start rolling the pawns with compensation. Can I go rook f d1 or is there any yeah, you can, but maybe rook f d1 is not needed because after castle this is a pin and you can start pushing the pawns. This can get extremely interesting on a practical level if at all Ding feels that after queen d1 his position he doesn't want to defend. I would love if this happens on the board. Maza aa jayega completely. So who suggested that? Great suggestion. Manas says I'm 16. Please tell me, I'm playing chess since long time, but as a hobby. Can you tell how to be federated and to start my chess journey? The roadmap. So Manas basically, oh no, he doesn't take there, he goes back to d1. Manas, you have to firstly check out some FIDE rating tournaments. These are the special events where if you play and you perform, like you beat some rated players, some score, then you will get rating. So firstly you have to find FIDE rating events, and that you will find on ChessBase India calendar, AICF calendar and places over there. So first have a tournament shortlisted. We will now change the game because queen d1 has been played. And guys, keep a watch if Ding is going to take with the bishop or not. Let's quickly shift to Praggnanandhaa's game, because after rook a1, rook fd1, knight f6 has been played, and Caruana says, I'm not exchanging the rook and giving you the open file like this. And in the Magnus game, rook a1, bishop c6, rook e1 has been played. Okay, so you can play the tournaments, you can see how it goes. The first tournament, you will get a very good idea, because it's always different when you play with FIDE rated players. Their strength and online strength has really not much to do. Then you will also find out, generally FIDE rating tournaments are classical events, long games. You will find out where you are going wrong, whether you get the rating, whether you don't get the rating, how are your games. You can analyze them accordingly. That would create your, you create your maps on the go. You cannot create a roadmap, yeah, because you don't know where you want to go. It is only you start your journey and you will be able to create your roadmap. Chanitu, are you from Sri Lanka? You recently had a nice tournament in Sri Lanka, and Aditya from ChessBase India had come to Sri Lanka. He really had a great time there. So, right now we are this is Magnus's game, and is Magnus getting any advantage because his rook e7 incoming on the 7th rank? You see, the rook cannot challenge the rook exchange. This bishop is like, okay, I am fine, I'm gonna be doing one job at one desk, this is okay. But the rook going to e7, and then later if you want to threaten bishop c4, f7 point seems a little loose. So how should black continue over here? Because after rook e1, what Magnus is also saying is that I don't care about the pawn on a4. So bishop takes a4. And then Magnus will take the pawn on b6. And now what if the bishop goes back to c6? What is happening here? Now you don't have rook e7 because the queen controls here. So what is a good move here? White to play. Guys, white to play here. Nikhil Bafana has gifted 5 ChessBase India memberships. Thank you so much. Even I could have even ChessBase India could have got the membership because it says allow gifts. So ChessBase India would have become a member. That is so funny. And who got the gifts? Mitesh Patil, Lone Wolf, Polly, Vedansh, Poonam. Arey, kya baat hai? Very nice, Nikhil. Thank you so much. Shivani is 12 years old. How can you be the GM? Where are you right now? GM is too long of a journey to start immediately, Unless you love chess so much. Do you dream of chess every day? How to prepare for strategy middle game for intermediate players without any coach? Itachi, you have so many questions, and I have kept that in mind, as I promised you by the end of the tournament. I would be making, those things where you will know for strategy what is the material you can look at if you don't have a coach, for attack, for improving your calculation end game. Sab kuch. But for now, just on a quick note, Jakob Agat's series is amazing. Strategic play, positional play. He has this 6-book series that's beautiful. There is also simpler version, positional play. How to be a positional genius, or can you be a positional genius? That's a nice book as well. And some courses are really good. It depends on you. Imagine those who cannot afford coaching, you buy such a course and you see it as if there is a coach in front of you. So that could also be a good idea. It all depends on how interested you are to study them. Sudhi says it would be funny if Hikaru finishes up his game quickly so that he could join up the bullet brawl. Okay, so rook e1 has been played. So we were looking at queen b6, bishop, if bishop c6, the good move. Did anyone say the good move? Yeah, Solis. क्या बात है? Well done. Yash, Satvik, Parikshit. No, Parikshit, Mini. By the way, Yash, you had written b4 or rook a1. But game mein when you're going to make a move, you have to choose only one. So this often happens that you like two moves and you have to decide, and some these two moves sometimes you would see very quickly, but to decide which one it takes a lot of time. So make sure if there is not much difference in your assessment, then you don't take too much time. Rook a1 is a very nice move on this a file with the idea of b4, because there will be a pin. The pin, I say a pin because of after b4, if you take here, what is the problem? Can you tell? Let me make the move. Rook a1. Let me make a just random move. So that the question is, tell me the second move, guys. What is the second move which white can play here? What is the second move? Sujal says, wow, thumbnail updated. Abhidya OP, guys. For tactics, woodpecker method is amazing. Calculation is amazing. सब लोग फटाफट फटाफट क्या बात है. बट सेकेंड मूव आई हैव गॉट राइट नाउ बाय 5 people, though of course I know the intention of the first move, and that's by Betansh, Arjun, Ashay, Elon Musk, Deven, Pahadi, Dheeraj and Ravikant. And guys, you can see Elon Musk is solving chess so that he can reach Mars, and he knows that chess is very very useful. So there we go. Rook a8, bishop a8 and queen b8 would be a checkmate. In the game, what happened is after rook e1, queen f6 was played and Firouzja challenges the queen exchange because he's like, look Magnus, day before yesterday, queen endgame, you beat Caruana. Every time you get a queen endgame, you're beating anybody, everybody. I just don't want your queen on the board, even if it means I have to spoil my pawn structure. That's what Firouzja is saying. And Magnus is gonna say, okay, I get it. I'm okay to take your queen and spoil your structure and to see if I'm able to create anything here. Rook going to the 7th rank doesn't make any sense because after king f8, the rook will be attacked and you will have to go back and bishop a4. So queen f6 and Firouzja is now just chilling, thinking that the queens would be off and no tension. So going to Praggnanandhaa's game, because after knight f6, Pragg has been thinking for 10 minutes. Caruana is down to 1 hour 7 minutes. Time wise, it's all okay, but seems like Pragg might keep trying. Mriganko says, as it's my ninth, my mother told she will not give me admission in any chess academy. So how can I increase my elo and improve my tactics? Yes, Mriganko, like everyone, as I said, I would one very nice book, one of Sagar's favorite book actually. Something I would really love to show you all is this one. Chess Tactics from Scratch. So beautiful. It's like not like just beginners or something, but the way pin is explained, the disco is explained, discovered attack is explained, and all the tactics with the games and summary. The way the concepts like get into your mind, it like just fits in. It's like वो lock हो जाता है. That way the book is written and it's really beautiful book. It's one of the best sellers. I don't know if it would be available, but Chess Tactics from Scratch, do check that out. Okay, so let's go to knight f6, and Pragg is thinking, because with knight f6, rook d7 has been stopped. You don't have the entry over here. You don't have the entry over here for your other rook. So there is nothing happening on the 7th rank. And how does Pragg improve? Because for sure he doesn't want to give up the bishop. This knight wants to go somewhere, but where should this knight be? When you look at a piece, you kind of imagine where should it be, and it feels like it would be nice if it is on e5, where it can go to c6, but it is struggling with this bishop. And for this bishop, I really don't have a good square. Can I go bishop c3, but then jumps in knight e4? So it's not a stable house. Yeah, it's on rent here, bishop on e5. So how to where to place it? What is the move to improve the game, improve the position for white? These are the questions Praggnanandhaa will have to think a bit seriously. Very quickly checking out what is Vaishali doing, because Vaishali is the sole leader in the event. And after e takes d5, oh no wait, we left at d5. Bishop f4 is what she played, and she challenged the bishop because practically it feels safer without that dark square bishop. So short castle was played, natural continuation. But why did black reject winning a pawn after takes takes? If you go knight takes e4, the problem is bishop c7, queen c7, and then queen d4. So this definitely doesn't look good. So she rejected winning the pawn like this, and knight, she first decided to castle, but maybe slight improvement was to go for takes takes and then castle. After castle, Vaishali takes on c7, takes, and she gets this plan of, no, she first takes cd5, knight d5, and then bishop c7. Queen c7, bishop goes to b3 on this diagonal, and also threatening bishop d5 if needed. The bishop goes to g4, there is a pin over here. So Vaishali has a decision to make, whether she wants to exchange the bishop and let his opponent have a doubled pawn on d file, at the same time allowing to open the c file with a weakness on c2, which is the base of the pawn chain. So this would be one question. Isn't Vaishali winning a pawn, guys? By which move? I'm thinking that Vaishali might be winning the pawn. Can you guess so? Raghu says that's exactly the best tactics book. Absolutely. Do you watch football? No, absolutely not. It's very slow for me. It's like for a long time there is no goal, nothing, kuch nahi ho raha hai. It's like everyone's running from here and there. But I get it. I get I get it, but I don't watch it. But I like to play football. I used to like to play football. Sorry, I don't play it anymore. F3. Exactly. Oh, that has happened on the. Oh, Vaishali has in fact taken it, and I think she can't win a pawn, because if she plays this, isn't there a problem? Once again, queen b6, a pin and a double attack. So you will have to defend a knight, and then queen b2. So black will recover the pawn if Vaishali captures here, or Vaishali can wait with queen d2. Later, look at this. I understand. This is so much to Vaishali's style of getting the knight and the queen for the pawn on g7. And that also reminds me somewhere of Hikaru versus Praggnanandhaa's game, where the g7 point with the queen and knight was getting under a lot of pressure. So maybe I am expecting this from Vaishali. Let's see what happens. But bishop d7 played on the board. Humpy versus Wenjun, it's equal right now, with Wenjun being 10 minutes low on time. And Anna versus Pia, Anna has slight advantage because of the pieces, the harmony of the pieces, and the development also. So going to the men's games, Praggnanandhaa after knight f6, he's found a move. He has gone b3, and with this he creates a square for his bishop to retreat if needed. Secondly, he keeps an eye on, if c4, then one pawn gets exchanged, it's easier to stop this other pawn. Also with c4 you get d4, so it's not that black is looking at c4 at all. I like this move. It's in a way a prophylactic move. It's a waiting move, but an improving move. Like you don't mind the pawn being on b3, then b2. It only is to your advantage. I like this move by Pragg. Question to black, how is he going to continue? Is he going to jump knight e4? But then there is a problem with knight e4. The knight was controlling these two nice squares. The rook will, oops, not rook d7. What? How is rook d7 okay? Rook takes a1. Oh, guys. What's the good move here? White to play. Very easy question because at the moment where I have asked. But what is the move? Let's see who gets it first and who is the most alert. Football says, Array, FF football in the chat. As 2000 rated player, chess is great, but football is just legendary. I get your emotions and no arguments. It's what you love. सब लोग फुटबॉल के फैन जाग गए. No, Arvind, football is not boring than chess. For me, I don't understand. For me, it is boring. That doesn't make football boring. I'm not interested. It's not even boring. It doesn't interest me. Yogesh says football slow, but not chess. Really? Yes, because every move which is happening here, I'm more understanding why, or I'm curious, or I'm able to finally figure out even if I don't understand why. But in football, everyone's running here and there. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'll try to watch actually with so many people being like, Arey Amruta, how can you think football is slow? So for all of you guys, I'll try to watch it for a while. जब भी मैच रहेगा तब बताना मुझे. Okay, what's the move? Rook e7 found by Seshatri, Emerald, Yash, Omansh, Mitesh, Jairaj, Chaitanya, AP, Akshata and Tarang. That's very quick. That requires alertness in spite of all the football conversations we are having. And rook e7, first attacking the g7 guy. If you try to save your rook back, there comes in check, and for king h8, check, and here you go. It would have been a mate, but then the knight goes back. Sab khane ke baad, white will have an extra piece, so white would be winning. So knight e4 on the board. After b3, knight e4. Oh, knight e4 on the board. Knight e4 has been played. Interesting. So Pragg can go rook d7. Pragg can go rook d7. Of course, Caruana is not going to take the rook on a1. There is like zero doubt about that. But then if he doesn't take here, what is the move that black should play? Black to play, how would you continue over here? Mayur says, glad that Singapore is in the mix as a host venue. A good mix of support for Gukesh as well as Ding, population, language and food wise. It will help Singapore chess grow as well. Oh yeah, complete. I also just felt such freshness about Singapore as a country because we've had tournaments at some places which are very repetitive. So seeing Singapore was amazing. Also recently we had Siddharth, who became a Singapore grandmaster, and a very very beautiful interview done by Sagar for with Siddharth's dad. All of those, yesterday it was published at night. It was done at night. So do check that out, especially for parents. A must watch interview. Beautiful the way he speaks and so many things to learn. It was amazing. In fact, Siddharth's father He was the first one to contribute to ChessBase India Foundation. It was at that point of time the Help Chess initiative. So amazing, amazing interview, just amazing. UEFA चैंपियंस लीग फाइनल टुडे. अरे पर मैं इधर कब देखूँ कमेंट्री? कमेंट्री है इंडियन टाइम का बता देना रहेगा तब मैं देखती हूँ. और टीवी नहीं है तो किधर देखने का वो भी बता देना. Yeah, my thoughts, I would be very happy if it is held in Singapore. Just not in India, not in China, just completely a different country. But of course, but for the Indian fans and for that reason, there is zero doubt that India mein hoega to it is going to be amazing. But in general, it's just better to be out of the country. Okay, what is the move? Bishop f6 found by Kartikeya Parikshit, Vishal, Kartik, Arjun, Emerald, Chanitu, Ravikant, Arijit, and Chaitanya. Did get some new names. Bishop f6, the bishop is attacked. You save it because what other way you can save it? Yeah, king f7 is there, but you don't like to bring the king into the pin. If you go a move like bishop d8, this is hanging, so bishop f6 is forced. If bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, rook is attacked. Now, let's not forget, guys, rook c7 would be a big blunder if at all I am looking only on this part of the chessboard and forgetting the rook is hanging here. So, first I will need to take here, takes, and then rook c7, attacking this. And now this move has helped. You see the pawn on b3, stop c4. So, that has definitely helped. If rook a3 has been played, then rook c5. And you also attack f5 and b5 both. So you are okay with that. And if the knight jumps to e4 to support this, then Pragg is also going to jump with his knight to e5. If you remember, we were talking about this knight wanting to go somewhere, wanting to move from his rented place and to find a new one. So knight e5 looks great. Nice society. There is tennis, there is football, there is badminton. मज़ा आ जाएगा. Mayur says, indeed, Siddharth's interview was very nice. Today is the most important game of football, says K. Acha. Vedant says, I bought a new mouse today to connect it with my tablet and play chess. Acha, kya baat hai? Congrats. Hope it works. आज माउस स्लिप हो जाएगा थोड़ा. It's okay. ध्वज सेज 12:30 AM को देखोगे अमृतादी चैंपियंस लीग फाइनल. कहाँ देखूँ वो बताओ, और अगर गेम्स खत्म हुए रहेंगे तो आई विल ट्राई. Have you ever visited Assam? Asks Mriganko. Yes, Mriganko, I have come to Assam. There was women's national premier. No, national B रहता था तभी. क्या बोलेंगे उसको? Challengers, national challengers, and I had come to Assam. Where in Assam? Good question actually. Guwahati. I had come to Guwahati, and a little bit of heartbreaking tournament for me. I was almost about to win the event, but then I think I came second. So was winning the last game and then some blunders. So it was nice, very nice people there. Really enjoyed. Yes, Ankit, we did check Arjun's live rating and he is not 2770 because that would mean his almost Nepo's rating. He's 2769.9, I guess. Okay, so that's about bishop f6 on the board. We might be moving towards all our analysis, guys. All this analysis what we had. If that is happening, Caruana versus Pragg ka Armageddon, I think, would be very exciting. Very, very exciting. Vedant says, I played 2 matches and I did 3 mouse slips. बोला था कि नहीं. Best chess book, which is interesting. Best, okay. Best which includes everything then. वो होना चाहिए पड़ेगा. I think I really liked my system though, but it's very much, you can't say best because every book has something of its own. Black's knight is stopping the pawns. If it goes away, maybe white's rook can get the pawns which are on c5 and b5. Correct. Black's definitely, but it's not so easy to win these pawns because you are going to be having only one attacker there. The knight is going to take time. Plus, you have an isolated pawn here. Don't forget that. It's not so easy. Started playing chess after candidate, says Nishant. Reached 600 and now addicted to chess. Bapre. Mast. Very nice. I think it's going to be a long journey until you're enjoying this, and maybe with more tournaments your rating increases, but it's never make it just about the rating. $1,800+. ठीक है, सोचने दो बीच बीच में. Ask me this question because I have a lot to think, and I will tell you there have been some favorite books of mine, but I need to think a bit. Interesting information, Naveen. Got it. Okay, so let's go to Ding Liren's game because what? Oh my god, look, Nakamura actually got a better position because Ding allowed Rook D1. I mean, Ding allowed Knight B3. This is something which we analyzed in deep, and we were looking at this. Oh, by the way, guys, we have crossed 16 lakh. What? 40,850. The number is just increasing. Something might be going viral. 16,40,875 subscribers. Thank you so much. Just 24 away from reaching 900. Maybe not viral, but maybe it was just stuck. It's amazing. Thanks all for subscribing. It's insane. And I'll keep coming back to the subscriber count. But in the meantime, Rook D1, Knight B3, Ding allowed this. And Ding, it was important that Ding doesn't allow this. But Rook B1, Bishop C5 was played. I can't take this because Bishop E2 is hanging. I can't kick this knight away because there is no pawn here. So it's like if the pawn on A4 is pushed, then the knight here is permanent. Bishop C5 was played. King F1. Was there a possibility to... what a blunder. Okay, a question to you guys. I found a blunder, but let's see if you are able to find. If Rook takes D3, what should Black play? What should Black play over here? Football and chess are very similar, says Sumit. So if you love chess, you're bound to like football too, provided you know the tactics, which is the same way for chess too, or else you would be sleepy watching. That's true because Magnus, football is his favorite. Chess and football is favorite. In fact, if I remember, even Gary Kasparov was at one time confused about whether chess or football. So you're very, very right, and I definitely don't understand the tactics. Should try to watch it. John says watching from Norway. That is wonderful, John. Then you would have also subscribed, but I'm sure you would have, maybe visited the tournament hall. How was it? But if not, then at some point do try that because it's just another atmosphere, amazing vibe. I'm sure you will enjoy. How to control your nerve while playing intense chess game? Woo, that's a very intense question there and a very good one. There, first let us look at the answer. Knight c1 suggested by Fun with AP, Dhwaj, Tanmoy, Kim, Sheshatri, Chaitanya, Mitesh, Chanitu, Arijit, and Yash. Come on, new guys. I also want you to be increasing your speed, typing there, staying alert for questions, finding the answers. Rook c1, and there you go. It's the time to discovered check, and you lose material. So not happening. You cannot really kick this knight away. So bishop c5 is played. Tricky Hikaru. What Ding goes is to go king f1. He stops a check. That is what he does. And now this is also defended. So he revives, he actually creates a threat. And the threat is to take the pawn on e5. So Naka plays f6 and just solidifies his structure. Also, king is a piece in the endgame. So it may not be necessary that black should castle. He can decide whether he feels if the king is safe on e7 or not. Rook d3 finally played because now there is no knight c1, rook c1 and that tactic. Bishop goes to e6. Very important move. Look here. Why black did not take this bishop. Rook takes c1. In spite of converting, after this exchange, it converts into a double bishop advantage. Why would black reject something like this? Any idea? Anybody wants to explain that why did Nakamura not take this nice bishop of Ding? And he went back bishop e6. Try, guys. Try to explain. No, firstly, Arjun, I think firstly being calm is such a big practice while you are having tensed situations, making sure you don't land up in time pressure, making sure that otherwise also, like how life imitates chess, as Gary Kasparov's book's name is. It's very important for some people. Generally, let's say if I'm completely in panic, in something else, then many times there are moments of chess there are moments of panic and you don't know what to do, and your time is ticking, your position is in trouble, and you see a blunder which is so obvious. So for that, you try to increase, as your understanding increases, with that even your nerve control increases. And many times the nerves are also based on sometimes the attachments with the results. So firstly, that is to be not thought of when you're playing chess. Every moment at that point, at that move, making sure you are so focused, and with your understanding increasing, your pattern recognition increasing, all of it is a work together. It's a whole thing, cannot be one thing at a time. But in general, as humans, we do try to improve, to be calm, to try to stay calm. General, that all helps. Lot of things. It cannot be a one liner, two liner. It can be like a whole podcast on that. But yeah, we will have to be focusing not on the past mistakes or the future results. Bishop e6. So what is the answer for people? Because knight is stronger than the bishop. Knight here is more active. Knight activates the rook. Your knight is better. Wow, I very much like that. All of you are so right that this knight who has, made all the efforts, knight c6, it even went to the edge of the board and now came to b3 and then to attack this bishop on c1. Finally, this bishop did nothing in his life. Literally nothing. If at all, it has blocked this guy over here. And then you take this bishop and white is like, thank you. Thank you so much. I was waiting for this. Ye chala gaya hai. The pain is gone. And now I am very much fit again. So that's how it would be. So rook d3, bishop e6, a nice move. At this point of time, it's completely right. This knight is stronger than the bishop. knight goes to d2 by Ding, because you find this knight on b3 so irritating. You don't want it to be there. Naturally, you want to exchange the most active piece of black. So, with my question, what do we do now? Are you going to take the bishop, or are you going to take this knight on d2? So, knight c1 or knight d2 is the question to all of you. Oh, it rhymes. Knight c1 or knight d2? It's a question to all of you. Naveen asks, do you like to say 1.6 million subscribers or 16 lakh subscribers? Both, Naveen, because I think many people in India have a problem in understanding million, including me. It's very difficult for me. And many people in foreign countries have a problem in understanding lakh. So I should say both. Very nice, Agastya, trying to write it so beautifully. The reasons. Very, very sincere about your chess practice. It looks like that, yeah? Loving the chat. I mean, it is, guys, you are so amazing. So amazing. It's not just the moves you say, but it is also you can explain things. And you're so serious about chess. Maza aa raha hai. What is the move here? Are koi prank. Somebody fall for the prank, but not really. Karthik, Parikshit, Akshata, Avinash, Chanitu, Chaitanya, Yash, Sameer, Arjun, and Ravikant. Well done. You did not fall for these arrows, for my question, for anything. You are able to understand that. Come on, Amrita, this knight is so important. How can you even think of exchanging it? ये तो जान है, black key. So knight d4. I'm sure that he's going to save his knight, central square, an outpost, a beautiful outpost, blocks the rook, and look at just black's pieces, the coordination. No harmony, feels very, very sad. A clear strategic advantage for Hikaru Nakamura against Ding Liren. So Ding is continuing having a very tough form. We thought initially maybe he's back. He seemed like being back, but it doesn't yet seem it is so easy. But let's see whether Ding can, make anything better here, or if Hikaru will, be able to convert this slow and steady. Going to Praggnanandhaa's game, let's not forget that. Oh, but they are thinking for a long time. After this was exactly what we analyzed. Rook 8, Rook 8, and Pragg is down to 50 minutes, and we are looking at Rook C7. So nothing much has happened here. And in Magnus's game, after Queen F6, G F6, the queens did get exchanged. B3, Rook B8, and C4. And Magnus is actually putting all his pawns on light squares, having the light square bishop, which is a little rare thing. Normally, you don't do that. But what he says is that now your pawn on b6 is fixed. You can't go b5. There is no pawn break. Forget it. Alireza says that's fine, Magnus. I'm gonna take another break, and then anyhow I'm going to try to take the break on b5. So Alireza just wants to exchange these pawns here and say like, okay, let's go for Armageddon, because with the black pieces even a draw is okay for me. So maybe if he is liking that. And how is Magnus going to continue? I would have loved if the pawn was on g3, you had a pin, but that's not possible. So white to play. Will you take here? Because if you take here, don't forget the advantages with this bishop. Takes, you will have to go bishop c4. It will convert into rook endgame anyway. So nothing much here. But also if you go rook e7, because now if you take, Magnus is happy to get the bishop on c4. In fact, there's an unbelievable move that the computer says here. I mean, I wouldn't think of it as a first thing, but black to play. What is the move you can think about? Can you try? Very interesting move. Yeah, very interesting suggestion by the computer. Nice. Actually, now that I see many of you are attracted to this move, which is rook d8, because you want a checkmate. Nice. But there's another move which only Chaitanya has found. Yes, rook d8 is also very interesting with the idea of checkmate. And if bishop takes f7, the problem is king f8. It's a double threat. Checkmate and your rook is hanging. And if you try to go back, then your bishop is hanging. So bishop f7 would be a massive blunder, like a big blunder. No chance. So not that, but you'll have to first create an escape square for the king. Not g3. Not g3, but rook d1 check, bishop f1. You don't have bishop b5 though, but eventually your bishop will try to come on this diagonal. So it's a mistake. Something like f3, creating a dark square would be the best. But another move which I found very interesting was b5. How is b5 working? Because if bishop f7, king f8. And the same problem if you go rook c7, then you don't care about the bishop. You take the pawn. Oops, not this. Mouse slip over here. B takes a4. If you take here, there is always king f7, and you can't take this because of a checkmate. So d5, a nice move by Alireza. So Magnus's game is going to go to Armageddon. Nakamura has gone knight d4 and said, I want to save my knight. And Praggnanandhaa has gone rook c7 and attacked the c5 pawn, and we are expecting knight e4 without any doubt, and then knight e5 by white knight. Going to Vaishali's game very quickly. Vaishali, lot of moves happened in fact. After f3 bishop takes, she did take the pawn. She did give the b2 pawn and the queens got exchanged. And what she is trying to say is that I have a nice knight. It's a blockader for your isolated pawn. You have a bishop which may not be the best possible bishop. My king is going to jump on the dark square to d4. King is a piece in the endgame. It's going to attack d5. My knight will reroute to f4 and attack d5. My rook is on the open file. Maybe a slight initiative with Vaishali. Even though computer says it's equal, it feels like some initiative for Vaishali. She has 47 minutes. Lei Tingjie has 57 minutes. They are on 21st move. Humpy with the black pieces here having 59 minutes. 15 minutes more than Ju Wenjun, which is amazing. And the position is absolutely in control for Humpy with the black pieces to have more time and to have a very comfortable position. I think Humpy has done a great job for the opening today. And going to Anna versus Pia Cramling, Anna maintains her slight advantage and she has double bishop. So she is on the course to, slow and steady converting. Going back to I think Nakamura's game is the most interesting for today. After 94, Ding goes for b4. Bishop is attacked. Legend says nice thumbnail. Yes, Legend. Today we did have Abhidya making the thumbnail. So finally there's something amazing. Okay, so here we have, let me just go to the subscriber count. Yes, it is 16,40,800 and wait guys, let it get updated. Okay, there we go. 16,40,951 subscribers. So we are about to reach 41,000, which is epic. And Do check out our Chess Ranga for all those. Have you, all those who are asking about a lot of books, have you also tried our improvement? Have you also tried each and every lesson on Chess Ranga? It's free, it has points, it's interactive. So it's like a coach somewhere who doesn't, who may not have as many emotions as the normal coach, but it has emotions. It's like you type an answer, or you make the move, and if the answer is right, it's like you will get a pop-up. Many of the things, I think Sagar has written the feedback there, so it would be nice to check that out. So Mansi Gukesh was playing Norway last year. This time they've invited Pragg. It's invitational tournament, so it's not in our control. Okay. So going quickly to B4 has been played. Nakamura will go back with his bishop. I don't know why is he thinking so much. He's down to 48 minutes. But he might be thinking of bishop a6 or bishop b6. Is there any sacrifice or something? No, not really. So he will move his bishop there. And for white to regroup his pieces, it feels like he would like to challenge the knight once again. But can he do that? Like, can Ding, he cannot go knight b3, this is controlled. So if he goes knight f3 to attack this, ooh, this move is a blunder. Black to play. I have found a blunder for you guys. Tactics for you. Black to play. What will you play? Why is this move a blunder? Jaldi batao, batao, batao. How many of you are typing the answer and finding the answer even while watching cricket? Anand Joshi, nice explanation over there. And we have already 10 people who have found the answer. Sameer Sinha, Praful Sharma, Akshata Jain, Arjun Iyer, Nafiz, Ram, Itachi, Chaitanya, Sheshatri, and Aragya Dibda. So many new people. So many new people. Maza aa gaya. A lot of people wanted to go bishop c4. Maybe they were saying the second move also. Who knows? But exactly, knight e2, king e2, and bishop c4 is a threat to all the time remember for white. He is to be careful with the double bishop. So what happened in the game was bishop b6 was played and bishop b2 played by Ding Liren. So it develops the bishop, make sure that the c4 square is controlled. So no tactics over here. Also, with this bishop, he would like to give away the bishop at some point. But whenever that happens, black will be having a double bishop. Plus, look at this rook eyeing on the 7th rank. I don't think this king is going to enjoy going far away for castle. I think the king will stay in the center on e7, especially there is no danger on this diagonal. Also, there is no danger of any checks here with the knight. So this is what I'm expecting with the idea of rook c2 and rook hc8 for Nakamura, and it looks very, very dangerous for Ding Liren. Big task to do. Quickly moving to Prague's game after rook c7. Oh, 51 minutes. The point is they are playing such a steady game and it is going to go into Armageddon sometimes. But then these guys are not like draw fatafat ho gaya and then they go to Armageddon. They're taking their time, calm and cool, and they use all their time. They keep calculating and then finally it goes into Armageddon, which is very interesting. So rook c7 has been played. Magnus Alireza. Okay, c4 d5. Magnus has gone rook e7. So tactics in the air. If takes and Alireza goes b5 or rook d8 would be interesting, but I'm sure Alireza will not take here. What else can Alireza play? If he wants to completely dissolve Magnus's counterplay, like he's just not even interested in looking at something like this. What is the move? Like if you are also black with Magnus, you will need to make this move so that you don't get any chances for Magnus for tactics. So what is the move black should play over here? Live says, Amrita, I can eat 100 mangoes for breakfast. That's what I guess you want to say, but What is the move? What are you suggesting? Yes, I'll tell you. If you're playing against Magnus and if you don't make that move, maybe you might land in trouble. Not Alireza because he's Alireza, but you might. Has anyone suggested? Yes, so only two people until now. Come on, guys, I'm gonna wait a bit because I would say that you should find that move. Okay, three people. Slowly and steadily, people are finding. Piyush, Chaitanya, and FRC are the only ones who are finding Rook B7. Challenging this Rook. Magnus is active Rook on the 7th rank. He doesn't have a check. And the Rook is challenged so that if you go back, then you will take here. So this is the move, and then you will go B5, which Magnus will have nothing for that, even if you're playing. But Alireza, if you play any other move, like instead of Rook B7, there were other moves suggested. Something or the other Magnus can try. What about Rook E8, which was suggested by many people? In fact, Rook E8 was suggested, which is a blunder. Whoa. You know, guys, this move is a mistake and a very nice thing to understand, because as I mentioned, yeah, the position with Magnus, if you're playing, you need to be accurate. You take here, and c takes d5 and white is a pawn up, so you're already losing a pawn. And if you go king f8 has also been suggested by many people. This move is also a blunder because of white to play here. What will you play? बहुत कुछ हो रहा है यार, बहुत कुछ. साकार से 16.41 coming soon. क्या बात है? Yeah, this sounds good, Sakar. It's like rating is increasing. So 1641 will be our rating. Then we will be almost equal to Samay's rating, around 17. Then we'll go to... Cool. That sounds cool. Yay! So many of you are finding it. Bedansh, Samir, Parikshit, Piyush, Anilima, Useless, Yash, Udayan, Legend, and Top G. Rook C7. Attack this bishop because you know the bishop has to defend this guy over here. If you go back to B7, then then what? Then your rook stays on C7 active, and then you wait and you improve your pieces with bringing your king. King is a piece and he cannot take here because whenever he takes here, this time F7 is truly attacked. You forget about that checkmate ideas. There is an escape square. So Rook stays very solid on the 7th rank. With this activity, the assessment is just going to be twisted completely. इतना अलर्टनेस की जरूरत है, इतना ज्यादा. Oh my, तुम कहाँ से डरा रहे हो? 1000 people, exact 1000 with that live viewers.
Hello guys, welcome, and Amruta, what is going on?
Sagar,
is Praggnanandhaa doing well?
We will check everything. I am going to give you an update, but right now subscriber count has got stuck. Can we check how many subscribers are there?
Yeah, we have.
Wait.
Oh, we are closing in on 16,41,000. Insane. Didn't we start today with 16,40,000 what?
500 or something like that.
400, yeah.
Something like that. So
Amruta,
yeah.
you are on fire. Ding blunders, no. Amruta, ding blunders.
Yeah, let's go there because it was such a difficult. Actually, today's game Nakamura played beautifully and it was strategically, very accurate moves were required. So this, if it was Ding, the world champion, he would have found it. But he's still coming back to the game. One second, where did we last leave? Bishop e2, knight e2, king e2, king e7 as expected, and f3 was played, which is like a very big positional error. But okay, my thought, Amruta, I'm not looking at the computer. Yay, so I'm cool. Also thinking now you will make some blunders. Yes, exactly. My thought was also rook c2, but it seems like it's not the most accurate move. Let me ask the chat. Oops, what is the most accurate move instead of rook c2? Chat. Black to play over there. What would you play instead of rook c2? Would you play a better move than Hikaru?
Oh my goodness.
996, 997.
I got it.
990.
Amruta, it's bishop c4. Bishop
999.
Arey, bye.
रुक जा 999. अरे यार अभी आगे बढ़, काय का टाइम वेस्ट कर रहा है. Yes, there we go. 16,41,000. मजा आ गया. And move is.
Yes, my move also. Is that correct?
No.
Well, the thing is,
How are you allowing knight c4?
because takes, and now my threat is c3.
Rook c3.
Rook c3, bishop d4.
Rook c2.
Rook c2, c3.
Bishop a1. को क्या problem है? I mean, I'm not even looking at engine. So if you let
I mean,
me look at
I
this-
saw like here, and I thought we can take. So bishop a1 or bishop c1. Yeah, maybe this, because I might lose the pawn, Amruta. After rook coming to c1 and king to d3, this pawn might be rounded up.
Oh. So exactly. So that's not a move, but a move was so difficult, and I am not at all surprised to see that only two people have found it. Only two. Parikshit and Michael. Parikshit and Michael. Well done, guys. It
Michael
was a-
Macho. Well, Michael, I can't believe that this is giving such a big advantage.
Exactly. It's so tough, and we don't even know yet why is this move so good. क्योंकि last move क्या था? Last move was 1 second. Rook c2.
I think the point of it, Amruta, is that if you go back, g5.
Yeah, what was White's threat that he had to go g5 here?
No threat. It's just like you are threatening g4 next,
Okay,
and then rook g8,
okay.
and then it's trouble because after gf, rook will come from g2. That bishop is very strong, and there's no threat that white has.
Oh,
And if you play,
wow.
let's say rook c1 here, just let's try to simplify a bit.
Yes.
So I think you take, bishop takes, and now should we go rook c8 or should we go g4? Maybe
If rook c8
also, Amruta, possible
and rook
is
c2.
to put the bishop on d4 here, so that then the bishop is trapped on c1.
Oh, even the rook, yeah.
Yeah, and if you play knight b3, there's bishop c4, and you lose material. So the knight is also tied down. The bishop and rook c8 is coming. It feels like a crazy position.
Wow. But g5 is tough. Like I can completely get like Hikaru or anybody for that matter is not gonna go g5. It's unrealistic.
G5 is
good to
Magnus would play it, I feel. Because it's like understanding that rook c2 is being met with rook c3. And
then one rook
one
anyway
rook is
get
getting
exchanged.
traded.
Yeah.
So
One rook is getting traded also okay, but in a way where it's not most beneficial for black. But still the position is
Hikaru,
so
by the
good.
way, had calculated all this. Check. And now, Amruta, if the question is, do you go king d1 or do you go king e2? We should stop it.
What is it? Which one is it?
Chat GPT, yeah. So, here or here? Because if you go king, sorry,
King
you
e2,
can't go. Sorry. Here, I was a bit confused. Here or here? These are.
King d1.
Sorry, guys.
No, opposite color bishop. Wait. King g3, rook d2, king g3.
I don't see that as a good idea because bishop a2
Because
might
my bishop is weak
take
actually.
here, and bishop a2 attacking here and then winning this. But maybe
But bishop c1. Go counter, go counter.
Oh, so then maybe the right move is what? Here.
काफी देर तक king e2 लगा था. People are like king e2 illegal, king e2 illegal.
Sorry, guys. So bishop f2, if king d1.
Yeah, if king d1, rook c3 is forced. Bishop takes c3. And now I am threatening knight takes c4 and b5.
Yeah, this is a threat for sure. So maybe
Some
I should go
counterplay.
bishop d3
Yes.
or rook d8. Just pin
Yeah,
you.
like that. Like that.
Yeah. And then I think we are doing really well.
No, Ding is in. Even if Hikaru doesn't find the best moves, the pressure has started since a long time. So Ding is in really a difficult situation.
So then, Amruta, king e2, king f2 takes, and now don't go to g3 because there's a very strong move here. Black
वो
to
तो
play,
बता
guys.
दिया ना तुमने.
नहीं उनको मिला नहीं है. Black to
Oh.
play. It's not bishop a2 as we were discussing or
अरे.
bishop d3 because of bishop c1
Okay.
coming in.
What a question. मजा आ जाएगा, guys. This is a move which you will find and you will feel happy. It's the happy moves. There are some moves which are just happy moves. We will go to Prague's game as well, but that is going slow and it's going towards a draw. But we'll go there and check that out very soon. क्या हुआ?
One game is saying सागर सर कृपया विशाल दिल दिखाकर प्रग की गेम दिखाइए, ऐसे कुछ तो बोल रहा है.
Live boards are updated, and in the meantime, guys.
Amruta.
Yes.
Our live chat, our chat chess moves is giving us the answer of h5.
Satvik, Karthik, Nithik, Rasoi Magic, Useless, Vedansh, Parikshit, Piyush, Udayan, Vivek.
So
Amazing.
the thing is, h5 is such a classy move because you're threatening check, king h3 and bishop e6 mate. Okay, like a mating attack there. So the natural question to ask is what happens if h4?
It's a natural move, next one.
And this is where my
You
next
again are
question asks. Yes.
But if
guys,
they found
what should black play, guys? Black to play.
Okay, it's not like best move, okay, guys? Only the best move. Not the second best. Only the best. मजा आ रहा है मुझे. मजा आ
I think
रहा
not many people have found it, Amruta. Yeah, let's go to the chat chess moves. Everyone's saying g5.
That's the most natural and it's a good move. But as we decided, guys, we want you to find the best move, and which is rook h6 with the threat of rook g2, bishop h3.
These names really get.
Vasishta, Karthik, Piyush, Bhavish, Parikshit, Avishkar, Jaguar, Mamta, Chaitanya, and Ram. You all, please get an ice cream for you tonight. Have a what you said, these names really get.
Yeah, they are really. They should be appreciated. There was no need for any ice cream.
Guys, amazingly done. Ice cream mat khao lekin.
So Amruta, maybe the right move here is king g1 because king g3 we just saw is trouble. King e1 g2 hangs, f1 you cannot go, illegal move. So king g1 is the move. And this is where the game is still in black's favor because the rooks can double down here. But
that's to do because opposite colored bishop has pressure, but still best chances for equality for something going wrong.
So let's go back to Praggnanandhaa's game, and you can see that Pragg is slightly pushing here, guys. The question is why? The last move was knight d2.
Oh,
and
one second. I think we left here after knight e5.
Can I check very quickly from here because I left it here.
Yeah, he exchanged the queen.
Take, he improved his structure. Take. Rook a1 taking the open file. Attacking here, knight goes back. b3. So b3 move, I don't get it, Amrita. What is the point of b3?
Oh, this was actually a classy move Pragg played because to improve something in the position, you can't really improve the king. You can't move the knight. You can't go with the bishop anywhere. Knight is coming to e4. You don't have rook d7. So it is more like a waiting move, but it's not a bad.
But don't you think that black can always play c4 and...
Yeah, because otherwise there's not much in the position. So knight went to e4 and it was something... Oh yeah, 1 second, Sagar. One question to you and the chat. यहाँ पे if Bishop F. No, where? Sorry, I missed it somewhere. The tactic. Knight e4.
I think this move now it seems like Pragg
Oh.
is doing very well, right?
Even this much advantage. Why did he go rook e8?
But let's
Okay, let's focus on this.
you mean to
Knight
say
d2.
why did he go there? Yeah, that's possible.
No, because 1 second. One question is, could he have gone rook a2? Ah, no. Oh my god, wait. Let's ask the chat. Unbelievable. You know,
Amrita,
sometimes you're so much
So
into
blinded.
people around you
Yeah.
that
So
you
blinded.
just joined it. I got distracted, Sagar. It was very difficult. I blame you, Sagar, this one.
Yes, guys, this is mate in one, and we have close to how many people, guys? Those who are sleeping, wake up. Let's go. What's the move here? We have rook c8 check, and the answer given by 37 of you.
Senthil, Vishwesh, Arunachalam, Vedansh, Top G, Jaguar, Vashishta, Anilama, Avishkaran, Ayansh.
Vishwesh Korane. Man, I know this name. Vishwesh Korane.
49,
Amrita,
and we
this-
have 51 people finding this, but amazing. At
Vishwajit,
11 p.m.
Vishwajit Korane, I know. But okay, anyway. Rook e8, knight d3, attacking this pawn, takes, rook takes, and then these two pawns are hanging. So knight came to d2, and now Pragg takes this, Amrita. Fabi takes the pawn. Pragg takes the f
Could
pawn.
he have taken the b5 pawn?
But then
Rook
Amrita,
e2.
maybe not rook
No.
e2. Knight is hanging, so knight d4, attacking and defending. So maybe he
No.
starts with this.
B5.
And here is the big question. Black has two moves, knight d4 and rook e2. Which move? Let's say if you take rook e2,
Rook b5 now.
Rook
But it's a
b5.
draw.
it's 3 versus 2 here. Should be closer to a draw than white winning this for sure. But also,
I mean,
Amrita,
unless it was
the
queen
king,
and game, and unless it was Magnus.
but the king is a bit weak, you know, this king. So let's say even if you go here, I could think about rook b7 and then getting the 7th rank. But here's another possibility. Instead of rook e2, if you go knight d4, maybe it's the same, no? Like rook d5, knight e2, and rook b5.
Not much, Sagar. It's like you're just hitting the ball and 1-1 run, you're just running. Oh,
We had to do cricket analogy.
1-1 run.
This is
Yeah,
maybe, it's not a huge thing. He has played knight d4 here, Amrita. So knight d4 on the board. But now the rook is attacked and the pawn is attacked. So how do we continue here? No, it's okay. No, chalega. He goes rook d5, knight e2, rook b5. Okay. What are the chances of Pragg winning this? 0. Wow.
because the opponent is Caruana.
That's brutal.
What is the what is the engine evaluation according to you?
It's 0.3 or 0.4. But
Which is weak engine. Okay, let's say the engine becomes stronger, it will go to 0.1.
by the way, Jaguar Nikhil says, why did after rook e8 white get a small edge? I guess, Nikhil, there were other moves like b4.
B4 is so counterintuitive because you give that c4 square, it's like permanent blockade. It's very hard to make that move.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe rook e8 was
It's a normal
a very
situation, is
human
a
move.
strategic mistake, a move like b4.
So we have reached here, and I feel like Pragg will press. This is Pragg's kind of position. He loves to play. Also, Caruana may not be the best of defenders. You know, he's a very good attacker.
Because he lost with Magnus. But if Pragg manages to convert this, no, Sagar, I mean, epic.
Yeah, it would be
Like,
huge.
I would call Dawn
Don Shah, yeah.
again.
Don Shah will call.
It's let's put a poll. What's the poll today?
By the way, today's poll, Amruta,
What is the
was where should the World Championship match be hosted?
Okay.
And we had 6,663 votes,
Okay.
with Chennai getting 51%,
Wow.
Singapore 22, and Delhi 27. So that's
Huge, yeah. I mean, India. Everyone wants it to be in India because it's easier for them to go and to see, and that's such a big thing to see.
okay, Amruta. Let's go to the game of Hikaru versus Ding, because Ding,
Yeah, that's the
I think-
most interesting.
I
thing
think
for
Ding's calculations are lacking, because I mean, here he goes for the move King D1, because he has to calculate two lines, this and this. If you give this to any world class player, they will calculate and play this. But Ding chooses King D1 and essentially is okay with such a position. I mean, this example itself shows that Ding is in bad form, because look at this position where black has two bishops, and look at the position we were analyzing here, it's opposite colored bishops. So in effect,
and that too immediately, only 2 moves.
yes,
Calculate.
yes, and so I think any 2700 plus player would choose this. I don't know why Ding went for such a position. And now it's like, you can do this move. You are losing this pawn. You can see that this knight is pinned. How do you even save it?
Tell me something. Is there anything like when you're making these decisions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like for more calculative decisions, you use one part of your brain? For more strategic decisions, you use another part, or is it? I don't know.
Sure.
But maybe the people in the chat
I'm sure that
a better idea of neurological things, or we'll find later on Google. But
we can ask
is it-
Dr.
is-
Sid Warrior, whom we met a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that
anything to do with right and left brain, or is it only in left brain may right and left?
so I
don't
know
know.
that if I'm not mistaken, that right brain is more the emotional and left one is more calculative and logic oriented. So it could be that Ding's some part of his cognitive ability has been impacted because of some reasons, and then those kinds of, maybe the evaluations, he's not able to evaluate them correctly. Who knows?
I mean, it's a solvable problem because the good part for him is he has 3 months to
Yeah.
solve, and it's still not much, if at all, but it's solvable.
Okay. So
Jaguar says brain left chat.
okay, Amruta, let's go to the game of Firouzja Carlsen very quickly and just see. I think Magnus is okay. Maybe the position is very equalish.
Vincent says you use the cerebellum for calculations and prefrontal cortex for position evaluation. But cerebellum is in which part? Right brain or left brain?
Okay, Amruta.
I will talk chat. You can, if you have more information, you can write. I will definitely read. Even when Sagar is busy, I will ask him to please pause and I will read. They have to be really good comments.
Amruta is very, very interested in brain in general, and she constantly keeps talking about it all the time. Even to that extent that we have many brain books in our house, which she really has got but never opened.
Never opened is too much, Sagar.
Amruta, you never
Never.
opened this biology of belief.
I've opened, I've read 2 chapters also in that.
I doubt.
But that is not just about brains. It is
There's also one more brain book which you
your
got.
brain at work, so we read together. Like
Yes,
you
we
for
read.
me.
We read together. Yes,
Then there is Habits of Happy Brain.
which also we read together. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you
So you should read something on
But
your
you're a
own.
reader.
Yeah, but you should read something.
So it's like telling the chat that guys, you keep commentating while you're looking. You're
No.
commentating here. Like
By the way,
you're reading out to me.
Vaishali's position does look slightly preferable. No, I really liked how Vaishali at this point, Amruta, after the queens got traded, anyone would think that the knight is very well placed.
Yeah, I thought that. Anyone,
But
yeah, obvious, no?
but she kind of replaced her knight with
No,
the king.
that also I had thought that the king is coming to d4, knight goes to f4.
But I really feel scared for this king a bit because
One
one
check.
check and game is over. But you
That's
know,
not
it's this
happening.
famous thing, no?
That's
Who will
not-
bell the cat?
Hmm.
The same way, who will give a check to the king? Is there any
What's the
piece?
saying? Who will bell the cat?
Yeah.
Who?
There was once a meeting of the mouse, and they all were perpetually worried about the cat in the house that would come and attack them. So they all made a meeting and said that we should put a bell around the cat's neck so that whenever she comes or whenever the cat comes, we will know it in advance and we'll run away. So everyone said that's a great idea, brilliant idea, but who will bell the cat? So in the same way,
They
here,
didn't have anyone like,
yeah, no,
okay, chef, you're less.
no, I mean, in the same way, in this, black can make all the plans. Oh, if we have a check, then the king is mated and all. But then the question is, who will check?
Oh, nice. I
Yeah.
like that. I very much like that.
So here,
Cerebellum for balance, by the way. It has symmetrical halves on both the sides. It's a complete part of the brain, says Vikalp.
Hmm. So let's hope Vaishali manages to get something here, but not so easy. Meanwhile, Humpy is holding her own against the world champion Ju Wenjun. She can just drop the bishop back to e8, and I don't see how white is going to get anything too much here. And Pia Cramling is slightly worse against Anna Muzychuk. Would not be much, but okay, has to remain careful. Coming back to Praggnanandhaa's game.
And Makul says Magnus all the way from Philippines. All Filipinos support the goat Magnus. He's from Philippines.
Who?
Makulito Kolkins. Thank you.
But you said only Makul.
Because-
I thought you didn't read Nakul or something. His name is Makulit Kolkins. You only said Makul.
That's easy. But anyway, everyone loved the cat and brain story. Yes, Pradeep, thank you for the suggestion. I mean, I don't read Marathi books, it's very difficult. But I will recommend to people I know read Marathi books.
By the way, Amruta, if Praggnanandhaa can push his f pawn and settle his knight on that e5 square, he can get much more to play for.
But what is the plan? You get that. Chalo. मिल गया तुमको.
No, sometimes-
एक second.
Sometimes I must tell you, Amruta, there is one thing which people don't realize here is that it's not only about my plans, it's also about what will opponent do. And opponent may not just sit and wait. He may try for something like g5.
Sitting and waiting.
Imagine he does this, then all of a sudden you win. So it's like
But
this.
opponent is Caruana.
I understand, but pressure is pressure. Whether it's Caruana or...
Whether it's morning, at night, or at night.
Yes, I knew you would come up with that.
Dhruv says played chess tournament after so long. Came 27th out of 102 in the CBI tournament. Oh, nice, Dhruv. 27 out of 102 is not so bad.
Oh, today we had the chess club tournament. It happens at the fourth Saturday of every month, but last Saturday we had the inter-school tournament. So this Saturday we did the monthly event and 102 players played. That's quite a good number. And Dhruv finished 27th.
Yeah, it's a great tournament for many people who want to just have practice.
Yes.
By the way, live boy says I am Japanese. Konichiwa Amruta San. Okay, he's written something in Japanese. Love from Japan to both. Oh. Nice.
Okay, Amruta. Right now, knight d5. How about I go f4?
कुछ भी नहीं किया. King F8, King G8 खेलो.
पहले चेक तो दे दो. वापस जाइए.
Oh, Ding blundered again. Like,
Again?
Ding made a big
Anyway,
move. Can
Ding
we go
was
there?
in
I mean,
trouble.
very big trouble.
So then,
that
okay, when this happened, he went
G3.
G3. Okay. I'm thinking, what is the way to finish this off? You know, what would be a terrible blunder? No, it's also not a blunder. Actually,
Which one?
I was thinking Bishop G1. It's still not losing. Because I thought King C2 and you are losing one of the bishops. But there's a check, which saves the day. So,
And then later I know why white got compensation, because it's an important variation to look during the game as it is threatening. And here we should ask the move. Still the best move. White to play, guys. White to play. Slow one. Guys, like and subscribe 1.7 million very soon. Let's go. Yes. By today subscriber count was amazing, Sagar. It was increasing.
we've always almost hit another 100 people. 1 lakh 16 lakh 41,099. One more person, guys. Who's the lucky 100th? Kartikeya Batra says it would be great if you can write for newspaper. Small updates or any chess update in newspapers would get more people hooked. True, but Kartikeya Batra, today I can just tell you how my day looks like in general. I'm doing these videos, editing them, writing. Today we sent a newsletter, then the commentary. Apart from that, multiple calls and everything. So I would say that while the newspaper does look attractive, but there are, online might well be the future, right, of news in general. So I'm not very sure if I should spend my time writing for newspaper, but okay, maybe it's also a possible idea.
Also news. By the way, Sagar, we've crossed 41,000.
Nice. Rook H1. Did people find it? Yes, fantastic job here done by
Piyush, Senthil, Vedansh, Kavan, Harshit, Satvik, Jnaneshwar, Prakhar, Parikshit, and Jaguar.
Yeah,
Rook H1. That rook from A1 becomes active. At least something happy. So G3 played. Nakamura, if he beats Ding in classical game, he will get another 3 points. That's going to be huge.
he will cross 2800.
No, not those 3 points.
There he will get 3 points and he will lead the tournament even further.
Even in 2700 rating, it would be important.
But he is right now 2798. So he will cross
2800 and
after a long time, Amruta.
But even for Ding, he's right now pushed. He has been pushed down to world number 9, world number 10.
He will go below Vishy. Vishy will get into top 10 again.
In fact, in top 10, we will have Arjun, Gukesh, and Vishy. 3 people.
First time ever.
It's amazing. And if Pragg manages to win,
Pragg will.
Oh, if Pragg wins, we might have a chance of 4 people in top 10.
Yeah.
That would be superb. But that's a little tough. He will have to play.
Then we surpass even USA because USA has 3 players in top 10. Caruana, Hikaru, and Wesley So.
Okay, too many things happening even in 2700 chess. So
yeah, beautiful website by the way. Guys, check out 2700chess.com. Very nicely done website to keep an update on who's leading where. By the way, after rook b7, knight d5, rook d7, knight f6, rook a7, Pragg is grinding this slowly. And I have always enjoyed Pragg's grinding abilities, Amruta. He has this unique ability to grind equal positions for many hours. And while this might not be very possible, you can expect him to give his best shot.
But literally speaking, this you would say there are chances, yeah? Like when it seems like for rook and game, just remove the knights and you would say, okay, draw a green. Or are you going to still try without the knights?
Oh, okay, of course, if without knights, it's a dead draw. There is no.
So this one you are not making it a dead draw.
No, with keeping the. I think if you remove the rooks, perhaps, let's say for example,
नहीं बराबर ये क्या हाँ just
I mean, just saying that such a position might have more chances of win than in rook endgame, but even this is a draw.
yeah this one तो 100% draw.
So, and also Magnus has been thinking, I mean, Firouzja has been thinking for a long time. So this might also end in a draw. So today seems like Hikaru might be the only one who will get the full point. But for now, he has some work to do. And I was wondering what is the way in which Amruta, our chat would like to continue here. If I may ask our chat, guys, what would you do here with black? See, it's completely dominating position for you. Your king is, you have pinned the knight. Your bishops are very active. You want to kind of round up these pawns. But the white king is going to c2 eventually, then to b2. Maybe white has some ideas of a4. How do you continue here?
Whereas Neerji says, funny fact, none of them are actually Americans. Born Americans.
Well, Hikaru, of course.
We have a super chat by Relts. How is the Stonewall attack? I used to play it earlier. Relts.
Pretty good. You can try it out, but of course there are ways in which black can really equalize. For all those who are not aware, Stonewall starts with e3 and f4, and then you put your pawn to c3. So you have this kind of setup. With black, you can also play it with the Dutch defense move order. So let's say here you can do this and then this. Again, same setup. It's the Stonewall, but it's a little bit dubious because this bishop is kind of blocked by its own pawns. But then again, it is a fighting weapon, so you can try it out. Let's go and check what are the answers we've got, because I was very interested to see.
A lot of confusion seems to be in the chat.
Rook d3 is the move that many have said, which is very interesting because you're hitting the bishop and the pawn.
And now with king c2.
Yeah, this is very interesting because king c2
Now
attacks,
one is a threat.
attacks the rook.
So why is the computer saying you
So black to play, guys.
Arey,
What is the move? Very tough move. Guys, just focus hard. What is the move here? I'm very certain, Amruta, that
they won't find it.
very few people are going to find this one, because this one is really, really tough.
Really tough. सागर को उल्लू बनाने को अच्छा लग रहा है चैट को. ये चैट स्मूथ चालू ही है.
हाँ.
अब भी किया तूने?
Oh, it was on since a long time. Okay.
तो अपन ऐसे ही पढ़ कर रहे हैं, like without the big board.
I've seen the small board.
But nobody complained.
Okay, by the way, guys, rook c3 is the move that many said, but it's the mistake.
Because even I thought that.
Yes, because after king c3,
अरे इसके लिए तो आप said कि उल्लू बना रहे हो and all that, इतना तो simple हुआ है. But what's the problem? अरे
it's equal.
Yes, the ऊपर से.
In fact, you draw the game.
Guys,
now.
Long variation. Oh, so then wait.
So the right move here, which has been found only by a handful of people earlier.
दिव्यांशु, तन्मय, अक्षत, लोन वुल्फ, अनिरुद्ध, मधु, कार्तिक, आकाश, पहाड़ी, and
so Amruta, bishop e2 is the move.
Wait a second, it's a little too much to process.
Because now the threat is to take and check and win the piece. So that's
You've
clear.
just saved your bishop. That's the point. Nothing to do with f3.
And if you were to play rook b1 now, just removing the rook away, then I mean you don't have any moves as such, because the knight moves, this is hanging, this moves, I think this can move, but there's nothing there, so you can just play h5, g5, h4 and win as black.
Very nice.
By the way, Hikaru plays bishop e3, which is also a great move. I was wondering, Amruta, if we could play king c2, attacking here, but then comes bishop e2, threatening, rook e1, threatening, check,
Threatening.
king b2, take, take. And now, very important move.
Rook c8.
Bishop c3 back.
Wait, can we think? Oh, but that I don't like. Okay, but it's not about my liking. It's important practically.
Yeah, so take, and you win this pawn as well. So that would be just game over. Amruta, let's go to Pragg's game against Fabi. He's brought his king up. You can see
King
how
on F3.
Praggnanandhaa is not rushing it, Amruta. He didn't play a move like F4, giving a ready-made target to Caruana. Instead, plays the calm move, king F3. You can expect him to go G4, H4, G5 slowly.
And we have to go to Vaishali's game very quickly. Once Rishikesh says we need to go there, she's the sole leader.
I know,
Just
but
let's check out what's happening, maybe.
so we looked at until bishop c6, h4, b5, rook a2, a4. That's a nice move. Takes, c4. And
Maybe this is going towards a draw.
no, but this is interesting, no, Amruta, because after take, you take with the pawn, I'm sure. I don't think you're going to do with it. And then you have a passer here with a knight and two rooks.
Okay, still some chances because that bishop on knight could become stronger than the bishop. It's possible.
Yeah.
Nirban says the pillow behind Amruta is looking like devil's horns.
So, Amruta, this one is not looking very combative. I think Humpy might easily hold there. And Pia Cramling's position is deteriorating bit by bit. I think it's very, very easy to play as white here as Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, Anna was better since quite a long time. So that way. Sorry, can I just join in a bit?
Yeah, sure.
5 minutes.
Guys, Amruta is going to come back shortly. Meanwhile, Caruana has offered a trade of rooks. So, if we take, as we've discussed, this knight endgame would be a draw. So, Pragg has to now decide how to keep this going. I think a good idea can be rook a6. Could be nice. By the way, guys, I want to bring your attention today to one of the videos we've published. It was published yesterday night. It is an interview with a chess parent. It's with the father of a grandmaster. Siddharth Jagdish is the grandmaster from Singapore, and his father Jagdish did an interview, and I feel it's one of the finest interviews on the channel, where he shares so many of his learnings when his son was growing up from being an unrated player to becoming a grandmaster. What's the role of a parent? So if there are any parents in the chat, please find time. It's around 75 minutes or something, but maybe you can listen to it. Shivam says, hey Sagar, I just wanted you to know that I exist. Shivam, thank you so much for existing. Oh, Pragg takes, king takes. Oh my god, knight endgame on the board, guys. Praggnanandhaa, no chills. So now, knight c5 played here. Sakar Chess Ambarnath says, nice, amazing interview. Nice presentation too. Bedansh says, I will make my parents watch it. Haha. Yes, Bedansh, you are the same one, right? Who had said to ask us to talk to your parents or something on those lines. So yes, this interview would be nice. By the way, if Now look at how endgames can shift. This is equalish, but if let's say you go here, blunder, check, takes, this is lost. Suddenly king and pawn endgames are lost. But with the knights, they are not. The reason is simple, that whenever, let's say, these two pawns are traded with this, the knight will give its life for the third pawn and it's a draw. White cannot mate with a knight. Sachin Ranade says, thanks for doing these interviews with fathers of Gukesh said, Abhi helpful for young parents, not just from chess perspective. Yes, Sachin, I think as Arya grows up and becomes a good player, you might also find these interviews very useful. Okay, so Pragg is now waiting, he's kind of grinding this end game, but it's also beautiful to see how Praggnanandhaa was pressing slightly throughout the game. It also shows that he's kind of the quickly becoming the best player, one of the best players in the world. So him, Gukesh, Arjun, all of them, Nodirbek. Abhishek Kumar says, I really wish Ding recovers at least some of his before World Championship. The way in which he's playing here. Oh, by the way, there's some movement. Bishop e3. Ding did play a4. Now Hikaru takes, rook takes. And in such a position, guys, you generally don't really think it's +3 advantage to black. But it is. So let me just explain to you why. After bishop goes back, let's say you save your rook. I don't know where, maybe here. Now you have to find a way to make progress. What do? You don't want to take the knight. It's nothing. In fact, taking the knight would mean botching up most of your advantage. Look at the bar. It's gone right up there. In positions, and guys, note this, in positions where you don't have a killer blow instantly, like you can't do something now, you must try and improve your position. So in this regard, what will you play as black? What do you do as black? Let's see our chat. Let's see the answers that flow from here, because they are going to be important. Dwaj Chess, I really like your move. Piyush Soni, well done. So let's have a look at the answers that have come in. Rook d3 is something that has been answered a lot. The idea is that bishop is hanging. Let's say you save it. I will... now I can take and play check and win the rook. So I'll be piece up. So I don't want king c2. But then what do I do? Because if I move my bishop, rook takes d2 happens. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Like rook c1. And now I was expecting take, and rook f3. And here, black is clearly better. So, oh, by the way, he goes rook d3. And now rook c1 is on the board. Okay, I'm just wondering if taking here makes any sense. I think it does. But maybe he's trying for something else here, which is Ding has played rook c1. Hikaru now can give a check here. And after king e2, bishop comes back. So here, I have this feeling that Ding is going to resign very soon. Hikaru might score his second consecutive win in this tournament. And guys, even one classical win is worth its weight in gold, because there are 3 points for every classical win. If you win 2 of them back to back, you get 6 points. And that will be a massive lead for Hikaru. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has not given up his hopes in this position. He's fighting hard. check. And nothing much is happening here, although some interesting trades have happened. Yes, Mayur, today if Hikaru wins, he will cross 2800 ELO. As far as I remember, he has crossed it already before, but it was some years ago. I was just checking it up on the FIDE website with Hikaru Nakamura with his rating progress chart or individual. Yeah, let's look at rating progress. And you will see that in 2015, July, he had crossed 2800. And then he went downwards. So after 2015 June is the first time he is crossing 2800 again. So 2015 June, so that's 9 years later he will cross 2800 once again. So that is just impeccable, and that also goes to show how much of level Hikaru has improved. H5, I like this move by Hikaru, just slowly pushing his pawns. There's no hurry. Bishop takes, rook f3, and now rook e1 played. The bishop has come back to c6. Will Ding be able to defend this position, or will he be lost? I think he will lose this. Hikaru might be able to convert this very, very likely. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa is still fighting on. And Magnus versus Firouzja, not much here, but I think this can get very sharp, because if Magnus can run his pawn down to h6, then the pawn on h7 could become weak. Kirtikan says, can Vaishali cross 2500 in this tournament? For now, Kirtikan, her live rating is 2500 plus. If we look at 2700 chess, we did see that Vaishali has crossed 2500. She's at 2500.4 and she's world number 12. Abhishek Kumar says, I wonder if Gukesh would change his playing style if he becomes the world champion. Both Vishy and Kasparov changed their play styles after they became one. I think Gukesh is so young that his playing style is still evolving. So becoming a world champion might not have much to do with it. He would anyway evolve. Okay, let's quickly go and check Vaishali's game, because Vaishali, after c4 take 6 knight d3, she is, I would say she's pressing a bit because of her more active king and the knight which can maneuver, but objectively, of course, this is equal. Humpy's game is just too equal. Maybe even a small edge to black, because the king is much better centralized. And Anna Muzychuk versus Pia Cramling has been going on as slightly better for white for many, many moves. And I think it continues. Ooh, look at Pragg. By the way, Pragg and his knight, like his king and knight, have come all the way here And it is getting a bit nasty. Let's say f4. You go for a check. Yeah, the king is coming up. So even though Pragg is a pawn up and has such good pieces, still it doesn't feel enough. Doesn't feel enough. And Hikaru's opponent, what? You know, he played rook e3. I think Hikaru can just takes, check. And I think, as we said, right, that a different part of the brain calculates and a different part of the brain evaluates. It seems like Ding's evaluation here is incorrect, because after take king c3, the rooks have been traded, but the opposite colored bishop is completely winning for black. And we have the bars on the bottom of the screen which just show what's happening. Magnus Alireza is ending in a draw most likely. Ding versus Hikaru. Hikaru is clearly crushing it. Pragg versus Caruana. I think it's very likely that this game will end in a draw. Vaishali versus Lei Tingjie. Vaishali, maybe this is just a draw. She's fighting tooth and nail, but seems like a draw here. Ju Wenjun versus Humpy. I think it's a draw, but you never know. And Anna Muzychuk versus Pia Cramling. Anna is completely better against Pia, but whether it's enough to win or not, we'll see. Oh, he keeps the rooks. Praggnanandhaa, here Hikaru does not really venture into taking and taking. So rook f2. Yeah. Oh, did Hikaru actually miss this? I think Hikaru should have taken and played bishop e4. I think he would have won quite easily. But with rook f2, now it's effort all over again. Yes, guys. By the way, guys, there's a pinned message in the chat about our WhatsApp group, Chess Base India WhatsApp group. WhatsApp, not group, it's a channel. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, that we have a WhatsApp channel. And in fact, when we started today's stream, we had 1,000 people on the channel. And I'm just going to see how many people are there now. We have 1,000 followers still. Oh, now we have 1,410. Wow. So that's an upgrade. That's updated. Thank you, guys. We had 400 people today joining in, and would love if more people can join in. We give some updates regularly on our WhatsApp group. Okay, b3 played by Ju Wenjun. Not so sure what that move is all about, but she's thinking. And let's go to the game of Hikaru here. Check king c3. If Ding manages to hold this to a draw, that would be big news. That would be big news. Not at all easy. but can try. Yeah, king e6 played. No, Pramath says, does 0.1 advantage means if white plays perfectly, it will win? Not really. If both sides play perfectly with 0.1, it will end in a draw. You need at least plus 1 point something in order to win. Okay, welcome back to Amruta here, joining us, and Amruta. I think all the games today are very much likely to end in a draw,
all Armageddon.
except Hikaru and maybe Anna versus Pia. Rest of the games are very equalish. Also, I'm quite in awe of how Alireza is holding his own against Magnus. It doesn't seem like Magnus is finding much here.
Yeah, I think Alireza will hold his. One of the things which he did today, very important, was to exchange queens.
Yes. By the way, Rajeshwari Raji says, what type of updates will you give in the group? Rajeshwari, we will give you updates like when we have a live stream, when do we have some posts, some article links,
some tournaments, some sales, some nice interview maybe.
Basically, everything that you can find on our social media, on our website, will be nicely put together there.
Vijay says, I remember Peter Leko once saying that engine between -1 to 1 only indicates initiative and not advantage. Initiative will be 0.5, no? But also...
Yeah, maybe we can look at it later. What is the thing there? But right now, it is just completely
draw.
Huh? Not draw, winning for
Pragg. This one is Hikaru. I mean, it's not Pragg.
But what about Pragg here, Amruta? I don't see Pragg in any way being able to make progress in such a position.
In Armageddon, the most... oh my god, look at the...
Yeah. 80 people.
The most interesting thing about this format is, even when they have Armageddon, and even when it is ending towards a draw, there are no quick draws.
Yeah, they're fighting.
They're all playing till so much. Like, it's not like they're... very rarely it has happened that the game ended quickly in a draw and then they went in Armageddon. They're using all their energy and then they are going into Armageddon. True. Why do you think like they play till so long?
Because 30 move rule is there, firstly.
But this is 44th move and it has been, let's say, equalish.
Pragg has extra pawn, he will press. Someone has the advantage. Like here, I think all players are very ambitious. Like Magnus feels like he should create something here. Pragg feels he should do something here. Of course, Hikaru is completely winning, so he'll continue playing. So in each round, we see that there are some players who are being very ambitious. And I think that's the group that has been chosen. When you have Magnus, you never have any short draws because Magnus... There's one very famous interview of Magnus online, Amruta, where someone says the engine was always showing equal. Why were you trying? And he says, what do you mean why I was trying? Engine may show equal. That doesn't mean I shouldn't try. I was trying to provoke him to play this move. After he would play it, I would move around my pieces, try to provoke something else. And that's generally how it goes.
Yeah. No,
he was very upset.
Also, yesterday, that day I really liked with Caruana when he continued playing. Yeah. When most of the times I was like, okay, this will enter in a draw now and now and now. Never entered in a draw.
Ashish Bhagyawadi says, what is the name of the WhatsApp channel? It's Chessbase India official or Chessbase India. Niket says, well, will you cover UZ Chess Cup? We are in talks with them actually, and I think we would like to do something. So maybe yes, Vidit is playing. In fact, it's an amazing tournament. There's Nodirbek, there's Sindarov, there is, I think, Grishchuk. It's like a world-class event. And Vidit's coming back to playing after the candidates. would be great fun for people. World Junior Championship, Sarita. Yes, we
have our
already have.
people. Aditya will also be going there. Vidhi is there. So it's interesting. We have some more team members, and we will put out the content very soon.
In fact, on our Instagram page, you can find in the stories one beautiful picture of Vishy Anand that has been taken by Aryan from our team. So you can check that out. By the way, Amruta, after rook ca1, the idea for white is to take and then take this pawn. So I was wondering if you could go back.
Ashish, the pinned comment has the channel, WhatsApp channel. You can check that out. What did you say, Sagar?
Yeah, no, this looks equalish. I mean, definitely this doesn't look like anything that Vaishali can play with.
And Humpy Wenjun going towards draw.
Here I still feel white can press because of the bishop pair. The rook can create some weaknesses. The bishops are...
Slowly Pia's time. I mean, here in this event, when the time is going below 1 minute, they have only 10 seconds, so we see a lot of blunders.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
And by the way, Pragg did trade the rooks, Amruta. Now it's the pure knight endgame with 3 versus 2, so it seems like drawish.
Okay, Pragg versus Caruana's Armageddon. I am very excited.
Yeah.
Any predictions there? Because Caruana draw is okay.
Yeah, I think Pragg will draw. Here.
Armageddon.
You mean Armageddon? Oh, Pragg. Ooh, very tough to say.
Very tough to.
Amruta, can I take some rest and come back for Armageddon? Would you invite me?
No, I won't invite you.
Please.
It's very hard to wake you up.
No, I won't sleep. Yeah, just take some rest.
I mean, I want you to sleep.
Okay, we'll see. You can decide.
And
meanwhile, Hikaru has only 6 minutes now. And Ding is still holding on. I was very surprised, Amruta, that Hikaru did not...
You take rest. I'll invite you.
Yes, but I was very surprised that Hikaru did not take and play this. I mean, then he's 2 pawns up and could convert.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
Agam Shah says, Amruta, there was a session today by Vishy sir at Karnavati Club in Ahmedabad, and luckily I was invited, being a member of Gujarat State Chess Association. Wow, Agam. I'm also very hopeful that our team, Vidhi and Aryan, have recorded that so that we can put it on our channel. I got the news from there that they have recorded it, but the internet is not that great, so to upload it is difficult. You know, guys, whenever we cover events, one of the things that we greatly struggle with is internet connections, because at different places there are different speeds of internet, and these files which are video files are sometimes 4 GB, 5 GB, often full games when we record they are as big as 35 to 40 GB. So it's very difficult to transfer them and so on.
It's a temporary problem if you think about next 30-40 years, and 5-6 months it would be 1000. When you went to Baku, in fact, it was 1000 Mbps.
Yes.
Yeah, for you.
Yes. By the way, Amruta, I want to show one very nice line
amazing.
here. Black to play and win, guys. Let's see how many are awake here.
How many are awake? Aditya says, got home after a day out with family. Got to the stream as fast as I could. Then to family, Aditya Shekhar.
Aditya bhai.
फिर तो फैमिली क्या बोल रही है आदित्य, वो भी बता.
Yes, we have a beautiful chat here who has answered this immensely correctly. And 38, Krishna Prasad, Anil Lama, Maheshwari, Karthik, Arjun, Rohit, Hariharan, Sam, Levi, and Dipanshu. This is such a pretty mate because you have 2 of your own pieces which are acting as traitors, not letting you move. And here the opponent has covered up all the squares. So it's a very nice position, also very apt. Sometimes in life we have our own people who smother us. because they are too close to us. So Amruta, having distance is good.
What are you trying to say, Sagar?
Not to you, not to you, not to you. Just
No?
in general, like. No, no, Amruta, I will give. I will go. I will go.
Why? Sam says, Sagar bhai, first of all, love your hard work, passion, and your love towards chess. I need a suggestion because I'm stuck at 1,000 elo. Can't go up to 1,000. Sometimes in grinding, I lose patience.
Yeah, I think one of the things which you should definitely focus on is not losing your patience. Just keep at it, and it'll help you. The other thing is, I don't know how many tactics you solve every day, but it's important to work on your tactical acumen at this level. If you manage to do that well, you will become a stronger player, regardless of who your opponent is. Vivaswan Damle, pillar for Indian chess of for 41 months, says, hello, hello, Sagar Bhai Amruta, how are you? We should have an Indian Masters Invitational with Vishy Gukesh Arjun, with it Pragg, Hari, Nihal, and Raunak or SL would be fun. True, Amruta, national championship.
Nice
actually.
name.
I think instead of
Yeah.
Indian Masters Invitational, I think just.
But the national is open to all, like that.
No, but
Maybe
there should be
27.
another national
Yeah,
championship with all of these, and I think it would require some solid fund, maybe 3-4 crores to organize it, but it would be an epic event.
Absolutely true. Shantanu asks how to stop caring about your rating. 1770 elo.
And stop looking at it and just focus on whether you're getting better.
Yeah, play games without knowing what's happening to your rating.
Yeah, I think there's some Zen mode on Lei Chess, no? Like you can just start it and then there's no rating.
Oh, that's so cool.
Nothing, just.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
आज का एडवाइस वही है, कोई भी कुछ भी बोलेगा रेटिंग. Play on Zen mode on leeches.
By the way, we have 1446 followers on our WhatsApp group.
1446. Amazing.
Yes, if we can reach 1500,
1500 would be today's goal, guys, for WhatsApp group. And also we have reached 16,41,220. Yeah, 229 subscribers. It's amazing, 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 amazing. Sam will read your comment. Wait a moment. Bishop f1 check given by Hikaru Nakamura to the king, to the Ding's king. And what if king e3? Because the rook needs to be on f4 forced, yeah? Otherwise, oops, mouse slip ho gaya. You need to defend this. Bishop f1. Oh, he goes king c3. He goes king c3 very quickly. 1 minute for Nakamura. I didn't realize that. 1 minute 50 seconds, but he is clearly winning. But is there a possibility that Ding can put Hikaru? Because at the end of it, there is still opposite colored bishop and one pawn down. So if this game ends in a draw, it would be unbelievable. I solve puzzles at Lei Chess daily. Look at many games, go through it, watch video openings and all. Do I need any books or something or course of something like Gotham Chess? Says Sam. What is your rating? 1,000, I guess. So one task for you, Sam. Check out your last 50 games and try to see a common pattern of mistakes in your own games as much as you are able to. That's the first step. Then come here again tomorrow. Vinayaka Ramakrishna says, hello Sagar Amrita, just came after my study. What's the update right now? Here we have Hikaru Nakamura beating Ding Liren. But right now Hikaru has only 2 minutes on the clock, but he's completely crushing in the position. You know, guys, it's always like opposite colored bishop means this bishop attacks something, the other bishop just has to look at it. He cannot do anything, he's helpless. That is opposite colored bishop. Um, when you are better in the position. So this rook and bishop better for Hikaru. Quickly going to Praggnanandhaa's game. He is trying and trying and trying. And after king takes g5, this is attacked. If you go f3, you still can't. Once one pawn is exchanged, it's just that you are going to exchange the other knight. For now, you can't do it. But such a position for Caruana, no chances to blunder, as I guess. Anybody else, there could have been a chance, but not Caruana. And Alireza versus Magnus, bishop d3 has been the last move. One pawn here for Magnus. Magnus is going to basically try to advance his pawns over here and to create some attack towards the king. Practically, if Magnus has 17 minutes, if Alireza has 4 minutes, and if Magnus is able to start creating tension, then one big advantage is the weak king for Alireza compared to White's king. That I cannot deny that White would be the one putting pressure on Alireza. How well Alireza can defend in less time, we will see. Because it's not a very dangerous position otherwise if you have time. But right now, one game which is going into a conversion, it's Hikaru's game. Bishop e3 is played, rook h2, bishop goes to c5, and the bishop goes to b5. Now h4 is hanging. You cannot defend from f2 or e7 or rook from h1 or e4. So another pawn is being lost. This passer will be created. White has no counterplay at all. Like there is literally nothing which White can attack. So Hikaru is clearly winning. The time doesn't matter here. Devashish says it is sad to see Ding losing back to back, but also hoping he loses to Gukesh in the World Championship match. Yeah, it's resigned. Hikaru Nakamura beats Ding Liren in a classical game, gets 3 points. Oops. Guys, I'm back. Some lag. It should be okay. I don't know if it was there for you also, but there was some lag for me. So Hikaru has entered 2800, and let me once directly check his rating and update you if at all. 2700chess.com has updated. Yes, Hikaru today he gains how many points? 4.6 points. 4.6 rating he gains, and he jumps to 2802.8 behind Caruana, who is 2803.6. So actually, if Caruana draws the game with Praggnanandhaa, his rating might get impacted little bit, but even that little bit matters because I would love to show you this. Pratik Banerjee, thank you for your contribution towards growing chess in India. 120 rupees on Help Chess. And you are the 1304th believer. क्या बात है? Thank you, Pratik. 2802.8, but Caruana is 2803.6. So only 0.8 difference. So what happens, guys? How much Caruana's rating will get impacted if the game ends in a draw? With Firouzja's minus 0.9 when the Firouzja's rating was 2737. And Pragg's rating is 2748. So maybe on the edge, maybe 0.7 or 0.8. They are going to be so close. Baap re. So Caruana versus Hikaru is another rating thing which is happening. Amazing. Yeah, it's completely amazing. If I have to show you over here. Nope. I'm just trying to get in the new rating list ka photo for all of you, so that you can also see that what I am seeing. Give me a moment. This is it. And let me go to the PowerPoint presentation. Oops, wait. Okay, somehow I'm not able to get it because okay, I got it. So this is the presentation, guys. Prox game. We'll go there. This is the rating. I'll come back to it again. For now, let's focus on the games, and this will have a lot of time to look at it. Okay, so Pragg's game, game is over. Going to Pragg's game. Pragg has 2 minutes. Caruana has 18 minutes. A lot of time there. King f4, knight d3 check, king g3. The king is going towards the h pawn. And Caruana still needs to be careful, though it is a draw. It's not like a dead draw. If he makes a mistake, he'll be in trouble. So he will be careful. And Magnus's game, any chances? Oh, the bishops are off the board. So bishop c4. Magnus actually exchanges the bishop. How is there any possibility? King goes to g6. Magnus is going to attack this. This will be lost. Okay, maybe this is more like going towards a draw. It would be insane if Magnus is going to press this. I mean, I just won't be able to believe it. I think this is going towards an Armageddon for Pragg's game. Vaishali's game. Humpy's game has ended in a draw as expected. Vaishali's game is going towards 6 minutes for Vaishali, 8 minutes for Lei Tingjie. King c3 has been her last move. Rook e3, very important. Okay, what if king c6? Yeah, it's still a draw. Doesn't matter. But if you go rook e2 check king c3, then this is a blunder because your e2 rook is hanging. So that's the only thing to take care. But a perpetual happening. So Vaishali's game is also going towards a draw. Pia, in the meantime, is in a very difficult situation. She is getting into big trouble. So Praggnanandhaa's game, let's stay over here and let's see if anything at all can change in this game after king g3. Can I go king g5? One question to you. f4, knight f4, knight f4 is a blunder, right? Knight f4 is a blunder. White to play. A question to you all. Let's see at 12:18 p.m. how many of you are able to. Wow, so many people answering. I did not expect. I thought 20 people is also great. But Anilama, Abhijit, Chaitanya, Random, Sam, Akshay, Shiva, Yash, Nitin, and Ice Cold. 50 people finding the blunder here because this way you win this night. The king cannot keep it defended. So just some tricks are there. King g3 has been played by Praggnanandhaa. Can this game have any twist, or is it going to be like a plain, simple vanilla ice cream? Oh, gamer says I can't get past 400 elo, but also can't concentrate in games. Like I make stupid blunders. Yes. This one is not about rating. Oh, gamer, you already at 400 would be making a lot of tactical mistakes. So first aim is to improve your pattern recognition. Pins, discover attacks. Just get more used to it. Just solve positions based on themes so that your pattern recognition becomes stronger. That way your That way your blunders will improve. 1 week of work for you. And then we'll talk again. Mayur says, so at this moment we have 3 players above 2800. Absolutely. But I'm very keen if anybody knows the exact rating which will get affected for Fabi, Pragg versus Fabi. My guess is 0.7, but I don't know. If at all Fabi loses 0.8 after the draw in this game, then Hikaru and Fabi will be having exactly same rating. Very nice, Sam. Mayur says Caruana should lose 0.8 rating points with a draw. Okay, your guess is 0.8. Oh, this has happened? Oh, F4 happened and he went not here. Okay, King G3, Knight E1 happened. Then F4, Knight D3, Knight F3. So you still are going to go for King H4. You can't stop King. No, you can't go King H4. This is hanging. So Knight on D3 is important because it stops the progress. Then this knight will try to go Knight H4. But whenever it comes to F5, there is H5. Pragg is trying. Pragg is trying. What's your rating live, boy? Darkfire says, which is the best place to play chess and learn without paying money? Right now it is, there are some beautiful playlists on our channel which you can check them out. Improving your chess series. Slow and steady with Biswa is important for all those around 1200 to 1800, maybe 2000 also. It's amazing. Slow and steady with Biswa, that one. Plus learn from classics. There are 5-6 playlists which are important. Maybe I should actually ask Sagar to make a free course so that people many times people are not able to find on YouTube, so they can go to the shop and download it. Could be a possibility. Also Chess Ranga, you have points, it's interactive, so that one you check it out. Humpy game started. Okay. So which game do you guys want to see, guys? Do you want to see Pragg's end? Do you want to move to Humpy? Pragg has 1 minute left only. Yeah, I think because if a big blunder happens in Caruana, that would change a lot of things. What is the possibility? Until we Pragg, Magnus, Humpy, Magnus. Bapre. बहुत tough है, guys. You're bringing me in a very tough situation. Maybe we'll quickly go to 2-3 games. Magnus over here bringing his king to F5, but this one, even with 2 pawns, even if one more pawn down, not this one, he needs these 2 pawns. So this one is a draw, I think. Yahan pe some chances of black going wrong. In fact, Magnus is a pawn up. Oh, I didn't even realize. Yeah, he's a pawn up. So he will keep pushing and trying. Alireza is down to 2 minutes. Praggnanandhaa is also trying with knight e4 check. If I go king g6, can I go f5? Because you don't have king g6 or king g5 or king f6. Now if I go back, can I go king h4 with the idea of king h5? But can I not stop with knight f4 this thing? See nothing. I see nothing. And a quick look at Humpy's game. Vaishali's game has ended in a draw. Where is Humpy's game? Not it started. Acha, here. A quick look right now. F4, queen c5 has been played, and Humpy is thinking queens might get exchanged. Okay, we can come here towards a bit of time pressure. Let's come here again. For now, let's stay here. Knight e4 check. Let's stay here. Sanjeevan, that you can get on 2700 chess. That's the website. चेस से नींद आती है थोड़ी, तो कैट प्रेप के साथ चेस कंसिस्टेंट कैसे रखे? There might be things in chess which will keep you more excited. It could be solving something, it could be seeing some games side by side. Anything, maybe hearing commentary, maybe not hearing commentary, not sure. That is something you can figure out. And or maybe while you're studying for exam, like when you can focus on your studies, and then when you want to take a break, just 10 minutes, 15 minutes, keep a limited time for chess during breaks. Then get back to your cat preparation. You can say, okay, I've done with 5 pages or this chapter, and then I'll play 2 games, and then you come back again to your studies. Just reward yourself some with whatever you like to do in chess while you study. Mayur says, when Harika returns to 2500, India will have 3 women above that rating, and that would be so epic because when did that happen last time? Knight goes to g3 for Pragg. What I still like is that they are playing till the end, very much till the end. It's amazing. There is this experience you get towards the end, even if the game is drawish, but till the last moment, it's like fight till death. And that thing, when you're able to do, it also boosts confidence. So it's not just about the result, it is also a feeling of sense of satisfaction that I tried my best. That sense of satisfaction is very important for people who love to give their 100%. It's like a success on its own. So this attitude is something which all of you guys also, when you're playing chess online, you have to learn to develop this. It's not just about playing and then waiting for the result or a casual approach. You play less. You don't have to play 10 games and 20 games where many of them are just like, khela khela khela. It's nothing to do with understanding your mistakes, because it's easy, yeah? It's very easy to keep playing chess, but only if you want to have fun it's different. But if you seriously want to improve, then do the difficult part as well. It would be the first time, says Mayur. Yeah, I was also thinking, would it be the first time? uh No, I'm not. I'm not sure. Yeah, because VG never. Okay, we have to check. I cannot be very committal about it. I think it's important to check the statistics. Rajeshwari, so many people here at night in the commentaries. It's very funny or it's very interesting and it's very nice that you guys are looking at your chess improvement. कैंडिडेट्स का असर है ना पर ये गाइस, आई एम श्योर इट इज कैंडिडेट्स. और वर यू ऑलवेज सो मच इनटू चेस? Yes, Nepal is interesting. We would love to. For now, not much plans, but let's see. If Anish Giri makes plans to come to visit Nepal for a few days, maybe we will plan. So he's the one you have to try and convince. Prajwal asks, according to you, who will win the Norway Chess Championship? This is such a tough tournament to predict because suddenly fifth place gets 3 points and then he is leading or he is on number two. This is the kind of tournament you should be able to predict actually, because it's very hard to predict. Okay, quickly checking other games. Magnus is trying, and he's also down to 3 minutes. So Alireza is defending well. I think in Weisenhouse towards the end, there was this rook end game, and I think Very much towards the end, it kind of twisted. So Magnus will keep trying. Humpy, on the other hand, with the white pieces, she has 2 minutes 46 seconds, and when Ju Wenjun has 4 minutes 15 seconds. And this one is going interesting right now. Let's look at this. Let's look at this game because it's equal. It's the same color bishop, dark square bishop. The two rooks for Humpy, two rooks for Ju Wenjun, two rooks for Humpy. And here the pawn majority for Wenjun is on the king side. For Humpy, it is the central IQP. So because of the IQP, it is slightly in favor of white. It's endgame and IQP. So pawn pushes to d4. Good part is there is no pin that all your pieces keep attacking this one pawn and make it a target. There is no pin, but bishop d4, threat is bishop e5. Humpy quickly goes g6, creates another weakness because wanting to create an isolated pawn here. Now what is the threat after bishop e5? What is the problem? A good move which Humpy will have. In 2 seconds, can you try to suggest a move? Dark Fire, you should check out a book, Mating the Castled King. That will help you understand. And the move is, yes, rook e8. Well done. For all those who found you are pinning the bishop, that was quick one. So, oh, in fact, g6, bishop e5. No, she played fg6. Rook g6. That's a good news. This pawn was a little bit of an irritant. h3 played. And now rook f6 by Humpy attacks this. Now if bishop e5, the rook is going to jump to f3. Basically, it's like, I don't care if you take my isolated pawn. I am okay with that. It's a blunder with the same idea of rook d8. No, what did I miss? Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. I missed a simple idea that you take here, and it's a checkmate because illusion wise the king cannot go here. So back rank is weak. So Humpy, that has happened. Rook f3. Very tricky Humpy. Bishop d4 has not been played. Rook c2 played by Ju Wenjun. But Humpy has, I mean, is so resourceful here. Amazing play. Rook c2 ulta pin. This is a pin is something you have to be very careful here. The rook cannot move and the threat is rook c1. You're losing a piece. If b6 there is b4. So what is the defense? Humpy with 2 minutes thinking of defense, but the time, both of them actually having 2 minutes is a good news because for Humpy a draw is enough. A big difference is a draw is enough. Can she be able to manage that? Rook goes to c6. Ju Wenjun, the world champion. If Humpy draws this game, then she wins this match for today. Rook c6, good move. Important that now it is supported, so it's not a pin. If bishop d4 now, then you take bishop d4, rook d4, not rook d4, first rook c6, then take. So it is going into the rook endgame. Yes, she takes here, which means that Humpy moving towards a draw. Fabi blunder. Man, what is happening? Big blunder. This is exactly what it is happening. Knight d4 check, king f6. He had to go only move king f7. King f6 played. Pragg on 2 seconds. Coming down to 2 seconds. Knight f5 only move here. Attacking this guy with the threat of takes and a 4. King goes to e6. And now goes king d4. Again the only move found by Praggnanandhaa. Now how it is winning? This knight cannot move. And if the king goes to f6, white to play, knight takes h6, knight takes h6, g5, king pawn endgame would be winning. This is insane. In Norway, what happens is insane. Towards the end, how much ever equal, anything can happen in time pressure, especially when somebody is more on the defending side. Crazy. Crazy. Praggnanandhaa is beating Caruana, which means, guys, another big impact would be Hikaru would become world number 2 because Caruana's rating for sure he will be losing more than 0.8. And in fact, we were talking about this that Praggnanandhaa's rating will increase If he comes in top 10 in live, we have to check that we might have for the first time 4 Indians in top 10. Insane! Completely insane. Call Sagar. Should I? Should I call Sagar? Guys, Sagar couldn't believe it. Completely couldn't believe it. Both are low on time. Yes, both are low on time, and there is still things to. Actually, there is nothing to prove now because this is a threat. What is Fabi going to do? H5. If H5, there is knight G7. This is easy to win. King D4 is a classy move. He had to do nothing else would have worked because otherwise the king goes to D5. With king D4, what is happening? The king doesn't have D6, king doesn't have F6, king doesn't have if king F7, then the king jumps into E5. Finally, you are kind of dominating this king. That's the problem. So he goes to F6, which means he's allowed knight H6 here. Knight takes H6. Incoming. 15 seconds for Praggnanandhaa. Come on, Prag. We have 16,41,300 subscribers right now. There you go. Prag takes the pawn. Prag takes the pawn. Rohit Pratap is the 1305th believer. 1,000 rupees contributed to help chess. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you so much. Knight E7. Fabi, of course, doesn't take the knight because king pawn endgame is as good as resign. King goes to E4. And now king G6 attacks this knight. Pragg very calmly defends this. But you can see that there is no knight F5 blockade or nothing. The knight may not right now be going anyway. But does it matter? Okay, now after king G6, you can just bring out the knight to... You can go king E5, king F7. It's going to be a heartbreaking loss actually for Caruana because honestly, I did not imagine we are going here. I really thought that Fabi would be defending this. But I think it is very hard, especially you play the game of two hours, no increment, and suddenly you are getting only 10 seconds. It kind of changes a lot of things. It's like changing the mindset, and we see so many of them are not able to defend. It's tough. It's very, very tough. Nothing to blame them. Knight G6. Okay, now go F5. Even king F5. Everything works. The beauty of this winning position for Pragg is that it's not like he has to be very careful still. It's not like he has to find only the best moves. Right now, after winning this pawn, it's like everything works. He's just winning, like dead winning. So maybe with this game and with this tournament, we can have a conclusion that there is nothing like a dead draw. There is really nothing like a dead draw. गणेश इज ऑलरेडी डॉन शॉ कमेंट्री रनिंग इन माय माइंड. अच्छा कल तो दो करना है फिर तो अभी. Yes, he brings his king first to e6. But this, सच बताओ गाइस, सोचा था क्या ये होने वाला है? Yeah, and Humpy, what is happening with her game? If we look at the bar, Humpy's game looks equal right now. So which means that a draw should be okay for her. हाँ मुझे मालूम था. Yes, of course. अरे कुछ भी guys, इतना confident. Humpy lose. What? Humpy? How did she lose? Oh my god, it was supposed to be a draw, right? Can't believe it. Oh no, the way. Oh my god, I did not really imagine that she will lose. Some blunders happened, but it was a draw. But okay, in time pressure with less time. That's sad. That's sad. I really thought that Humpy is also drawing, so that means she will win the match. Vaishali's game has started. We have to come back here. But right now, let's stick with Praggnanandhaa's game and look at the finish because it's a very important game. If Pragg in this tournament, imagine he's beaten Carlsen in classical. He's beating Caruana in classical. He's beating now the players Carlsen and Caruana. It's never easy to beat them in the same tournament, first of all. So, hats off Pragg to Pragg. But let us wait till the result is done. Knight d6 has been played. Pawns are. Also, the king is not even contributing to any counter player. Yes, Caruana resigns. Pragg wins with 26 minutes on the clock, 26 seconds on the clock. Caruana with 4 minutes. Big result. Caruana loses to Praggnanandhaa, moves down. Hikaru Nakamura becomes world number 2 in rating list, live rating list, and maybe with what we just saw, Magnus versus Firouzja could also completely change, guys. Now I have really no belief that Alireza can draw or cannot draw because it's with the one pawn less. King being on the last rank, this king marching, both the pawns being isolated, it looks like black will still have to be very careful here. And looking at the trajectory, any blunder at any moment could be a possibility. Right now already king e6, what's happening? King f7, then check from the side. So Philidor position, you all know the rook endgame Philidor position ideas. Because after king f6, it would be a checkmate threat in one move. Now if rook a6, then rook d6. This is still hanging. You can't take here. You can't take the rook, but the rook goes back. You take here. You have to give checks either from behind or from side. That's the thing. I think Alireza will know this technique. If you know this technique, it should be easy. But still, with these pawns on the board, there are certain 3 seconds. Ooh, rook a1, king f6. He knows that. Rook a1 he played there. It's very difficult to see the... Yeah, the end games suddenly are becoming very sharp. You guys are right. Mayur says 4 Indians about 2750 and in top 11 and they only 2 2800s again. So Pragg is number 11. Yeah, not yet. Oh, blunder. King pawn endgame is lost. Look at this blunder. Alireza takes here. On what earth was he thinking that this is going to be a draw? What if f6? King f7, king here. And then king is... Wait. King f4. Important opposition. Or yes, king f4. Magnus knows that. King f5 would have been a draw because king f5 is also not a draw. But anyway, he goes for the best way. He goes for triangulation, king f8, and now you play king e5 with black to play. If king f7, then king f... Ooh, Magnus Carlsen also winning. Things... Okay, I have got the whole thing. I think the players have got the whole thing. Magnus beats Alireza Firouzja. Everything, guys, how much ever the games are drawn, what we know now is the one who is trying with little initiative will play till the end because things change. Look at this. What I'm wondering is why would Alireza exchange the rooks and go into a king pawn endgame where Magnus has an extra pawn? Why would he not save the rook? There must be something he did not like. Maybe king f6 or maybe rook takes h6. Because if rook h6, king g7, this position which would have arisen, I think for with f and h pawns, which is theoretically known as drawn. But in time pressure, there's nothing like a draw here. It's difficult. So maybe that is the reason. Still, we can't say what would have happened. But rook d6 was definitely a big blunder. Magnus beats Alireza Firouzja. Praggnanandhaa beats Caruana and Ding Liren loses to Hikaru Nakamura. Quickly going to the Same thing, Pragg finishes his game, suddenly classical game, all three decisive games in men's section. And here, this is the last game for women's section. Vaishali is playing with the white pieces. She's in the must-win situation. Pragg, after his game, surely would be waiting for his sister, looking at the game. He's not going to miss even one move here to see the game. How bars are not updated or what? Oh. Now, because I think we will not be able to add the earlier bars, I guess. Which is okay. We will have these 3 bars for now. But then it is also not getting updated. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, it would have got updated. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the game. Vaishali with slightly better position, bishop d7, queen d7. Let's understand why she's slightly better. Nice f file which is open, pressure on f7. This knight is waiting to jump here. There is a pin here for f7 which black has to be careful. White has to be careful not to move the knight to d5, though it looks very tempting because otherwise a big fork incoming. Biggest blunder ever. So that white will be careful. And the center space is with Vaishali. At any point of time, black will have to be careful for knight d5 ideas. But for now, the queen or the king, they better move and avoid knight e2 ideas so that this knight can also consider going to d5. Nice position. It's to Vaishali's liking, where she has her pieces on the king side. Attack can be created, chaos can happen, and she has more space in the center. Yes, all open games are decisive. Telegram Chess says, after seeing the results, Sagar will be like, I woke up in some other universe. That's true. Overall, actually, it's a complete twist in life. So what she goes, queen h4, queen e6 on the board. Can I go more like king h1 or is it too slow? Oh, right now it is a blunder. Too slow though is something else, but c2 is hanging. So it is important to defend this. Natural feels like going rook f2 with the idea of bringing this rook over here. What is the problem for this? Okay, there is a problem for this, which is possible to miss if you're not careful. The problem is that the bishop on g5 will be attacked, and then when you move, there can be discos. So you better be careful here. Otherwise, you will have to take this. Bishop takes f6. And your queen is attacked, but you will definitely consider some sacrifice ideas. What did she play? She played directly bishop f6. Not the best idea because now this will be attacked. And after bishop f6, maybe she will go queen f2. But ooh, that would be dangerous. Why is she taken the knight so soon? Oh, she wants to give an exchange sacrifice. Rook takes f6 here on the board, but not gf6 because gf6 would have been a big blunder because of knight g4 and then knight jumping to f6, h6, h7 pay mate, not h6. So she goes queen f6, queen takes f6, g takes f6, but this sacrifice, was it necessary to give material? Now a fork, both forks are threatened. Only way, not only way, but black can take knight c2 because a1 rook will be attacked. This is getting complex, but in time pressure, Vaishali is making sure her knights are jumping and becoming pretty powerful. 3 minutes to Lei Tingjie. Vaishali having 5 minutes on the clock. So time gap is changing. King goes to g7. She doesn't take on c2 and Vaishali takes knight takes c7. Now knight c2 on the board. Saving the rook. Most probably she is going to go rook f1. What about rook c1? The problem of rook c1 would be rook c8. No, rook c8 has knight c8, knight e8 check, and then you lose a piece. That would be okay. Rook c1 is possible. Best way to continue is still rook f1, so that she plays rook d1. Ooh, rook d1. The knight goes to d4, saying anyway, whenever you take one of them, I will capture it. But Vaishali is like, I don't need to take because they are anyway hanging. So knight g4 and keeps more pressure on f6. But king f2 was a nice move with the idea of king e3 attacking this. Knight g4 and f5 played on the board. A nice move trying to dissolve. If you take, there is knight takes and then you take. Okay, she goes knight e3 directly. So now for black it is clear. He would love to have the e8 rook, the e rook on the e file because there is pressure. So this rook will move. This rook will move. Knight e3 on the board. 3 minutes 50 seconds to Vaishali. Lei Tingjie has 2 minutes 16 seconds. Vaishali had 3 minutes more. So the time gap is not so much. And also for black, a draw is okay. So in perspective, Lei Tingjie right now having a clear advantage in that respect. Yeah, rook c8 played, knight takes c8, rook takes c8. Material is equal. It's a knight endgame 4, but this knight on d4 is very, very solid. So I think maybe rook f1 would have been a better move, but only in hindsight that we can understand this now. King goes to g6. Also, guys, one important thing. Today Pragg had rook and knight versus rook and knight. And it was equal, but towards the end his opponent blundered. Now with Vaishali also it is rook and knight, rook and knight. Let's see. Very interesting. Clear draw बिल्कुल नहीं. Not at all clear draw. This is okay. Vaishali's knight on d5, but you don't have a direct target to attack yet. Knight f4 check. King is coming to f5. You attack this guy. Again, if you go to d5, then you can attack. So she goes king f5, g3 on the board. Vaishali doesn't have her king going anywhere. That's the barrier over there. You don't like that. Also, the knight has to keep defending. Somewhere the pieces are a little bit passive. You will need to stop rook c2 because both the pawns are in danger. So rook d2 looks like you will have to go and make that move. But Vaishali, make the moves faster so that it helps you. She goes king e3, attacks this knight first, and now king e5. Now rook d2 is a possibility. But if she wants to enter in rook endgame, then knight e2. But a draw is not enough. So Vaishali will have to try and not exchange pieces here. Not exchange pieces. Looks tough though, guys. Looks tough. Yes, Vaibhav, I'll be taking care. Thank you. These are isolated pawns. One thing to notice is that black has 3 isolated pawns, which means that these are 3 pawn islands, and that's one more. So 4 pawn islands, and Vaishali has 1, 2 and 3 pawn islands. If she is able to activate her rook, that would be epic. Right now she has to defend this rank, but rook g8 played, attacking g3. How do you defend this guy? Because you go king f2, then it's a bit passive. d5. Also, black could even try repeating because black is okay with a draw. For black, a draw means it's a win. g4 played, f5 and rook g2. More and more pawns are getting exchanged. So for black, it's happy thing because his isolated pawns are getting exchanged. One thing is there is no h5, the knight and the rook. If this rook is able to attack, but it's not easy because your own g4 pawn is hanging. So knight e6 a nice move. Rook endgames would be much easier for black to play. So knight e6. Vaishali will try to find a way to retain the knight. But how and where? Nobody says off topic, but Arjun is so fearless and inspiration for us all. Playing open tournaments and gaining rating like a Chad. Totally. What Arjun is doing is very, like, he's showing us that it's not just necessary to play elite tournaments. It can be done in a simple open tournament as well. And everybody has his own style of gaining rating, but really it's what Arjun has done is epic. King d7. 54 seconds for Vaishali. Any chances there? Knight h. I like knight f5. Is there a problem? Knight f5 will invite h5. That's a problem. So you can't go knight f5, though you like that square more. So Vaishali goes knight h5. Nice one. At least this pawn and this pawn, they stay on the board. King e7. Computer is a little bit happy, but that doesn't make sense because then you don't want to exchange the knights. Rook g1. Vaishali waits there. 26 seconds. Equal time. So the whole 3-minute time advantage has disappeared for now. Rook h2. At some point, rook h2 is going to come. And then the knight is going to jump to g3 f5. Oh, she's already preparing. King goes to d2. Knight has come to g3. So one move Vaishali is going to try and find. Vaishali gives this pawn to create counterplay. No, she doesn't. It was a check. King goes to f6. And now she saves the pawn. So that if rook b1, if rook b1, she has king c2. Rook e1 check. What happened? King e3. Why did she go king e3? Because there is no... Oh, rook e1 check. Ooh, but now the rook is coming to e4 or what? After king d2. Yeah, rook is coming to e4. Rook came to e4, king c3, h5, knight g3. Something was missed by black. Black had to get his king to g5, but h5 was played. And knight goes to g3. This was missed. Knight g3 was missed. Rook takes g4, knight takes h5, king g5. And Vaishali is gaining advantage. She is winning a pawn. Vaishali has won the pawn. Oh my god, as we were talking about, blunder by Lei Tingjie, knight endgame with a pawn up. Exactly like how Praggnanandhaa was a pawn up, but a very tough one. 3 seconds for Vaishali. She plays knight e8. You get only 1 second increment for such a tough position. Knight e8, king e4 only move. She plays that. Knight d6 check is going to be incoming. She's going to take here, but this knight is going to take the d4 pawn. And Vaishali's time 0-0. Oh, did any flag fall? What is this? Minus 159. Can't understand. Something's gone wrong with the time. Guys, what has happened? Why is it minus 159? Did Vaishali's flag fall? Or did Lei Tingjie's flag fall? Illegal move. Where is illegal move? No, there is no illegal move. Did I miss an illegal move? They have stopped and is waiting for the claim. Oh, Lei asked for repetition. So what happened is knight d5, king e4, knight f6, king f5, knight e8, king e4, knight f6, king f5. So this is the second time repeated. Actually, after king f5, Vaishali gets a chance because knight d7 is the winning move. It's tough. Let's not even go there. Idea is that if it goes into king pawn endgame, mostly it is winning for white. So knight c5 is the idea. So Vaishali goes knight e8 and king e4. Let's see how many times I have repeated. So 51st move, knight f6 had this pawn. So not really. Knight d5, king e4. Now knight f6. So this is first time. Knight on f6 and king on e4. King f5, knight e8, king e4, knight f6. Second time. King f5, knight e8, king e4, She's given knight d6 check. No, it's not repeated then. The knight on f6 check is there, no? Vaishali got extra time for thinking. Right. It's not threefold. 1 minute extra for false game. Correct. You saw that. This time, the third time, it would have been a draw, but she gives the knight d6 check. Okay, the position is draw king d5. She goes knight f5 because Vaishali at that point of time had to go knight d7. But practically, it's very tough. Yes, practically, it's very tough for black to play because knight endgames are also known as like king pawn endgames. You know, it's once you're winning, should be winning, but difference is only 1 second. 1 second में any blunder can happen. यार, what is 1 second in life? अपन बोलते हैं यार 1 सेकंड में आता हूँ मैं, पर कौन आता है 1 सेकंड में? Knight c6 check. Yeah, now you're queening. Whoa, come on, Vaishali. King c5. Okay, this one is completely gone. d8, queen on the board. Clear winning for Vaishali. Vaishali wins. Vaishali beats Lei Tingjie. What a game. What a coincidence that Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana, night end game. Things changed towards the end. And for Vaishali, night end game, twist towards the end. I want to take you all to this moment where it happened. No, not here. Here it was like a very difficult for Vaishali. But that G pawn she kept. What was the blunder here? Yeah, no blunder. So this happened. This was all difficult for her. Nothing much was happening. But this one, h5 move was played by black. So firstly she missed knight g3, rook g4, or she thought this is a draw. Maybe knight f6 was missed. Here Vaishali won the pawn. So after king e4, check, king here. The winning move was Vaishali played knight e8, right? Yeah, knight e8, king e4 was also working. I thought knight d7 was the winning move. But this was also working. After king e4, knight f6, they repeated. And now it was, if it was not a repetition, knight d6 played by Vaishali. What did she have to play, lekin? Wait a second, here. She had to reroute it. So she had to give a check, king f5, knight d7 was important with the idea of knight c5. So if you can't play b6, the it will be hanging. If you now play king in, then knight c5 is a check. That's not possible. So black has no good move. And if you move the knight because you don't want to go into the king pawn endgame, then still knight c5, no, knight b6 is the move. Because you want the pawn to be pushed. So king b4, king c4, king c5 is the threat. And then you push the pawn. Which is not easy when you would be playing with 2 to 3 seconds on the clock. So these are things happen. After king d5, it's still, slight edge for white. It's pawn up. But practically big edge. Because, the natural moves by black are not helping you. Vaishali has a clear-cut target to push the d pawn. Which she does it slow and steady. And here her king also gets in the picture because this king is really tied down. d7, queen she's going for. Yep. Today, bro and sis. 2501, Vaishali OP. We gonna see the ratings, guys. Live rating तो आज देखना ही है. कोई false repetition. That was very helpful. That 1 minute was extremely important. Dawn sir will happen tomorrow. Yes, one false claim can be really. Let's look at also the ratings for now. The leaderboard for women's overview. For men's, actually, Nakamura on 7, right? Nakamura was already on 7. So, Firouzja on 6.5. So, Nakamura gets 3 points. So, Nakamura on 10. Firouzja lost. Carlsen on 9. Carlsen from 6 has moved to 9. With winning in a classical game becomes very important. So, Nakamura on 10. Carlsen on 9. And Pragg on 8.5. These would be the top 3. Nakamura, Carlsen, Pragg, 10, 9, 8.5. And then we will have Firouzja on 6.5, Caruana on 5, and Ding on 2.5. So that's the standings for men. That is the standing for men. And for women's, I'm just saying it because it's not updated, so I'm calculating it so that you guys get to know. For women, it would be Vaishali was on 8.5, so she gets today 1.5 points, so she moves to 10. So Nakamura and Vaishali on same points, 10 points. Ju Wenjun today beat Humpy, so Ju Wenjun gets 1.5. So the difference between Vaishali and Ju Wenjun will remain 1.5. So Vaishali on 10, Ju on 7.5. Actually 2.5 ka difference. Ju on 2 and 7.5. Muzychuk. Anna, what happened? Anna. Oh, Anna won. So Anna gets 3 points. So Anna moves to 9 points. So Vaishali on 10, Anna on 9, Ju on 8.5. It's getting interesting in women's also for ranking perspective. Lei remains on 6, Humpy on 4, and Cramling on 3. These are the rankings. Also, what about the ratings, guys? Live ratings is something which I want to check. Let's refresh. Carlsen on 2830.9, an important game for Carlsen today. He gains 3.7 rating today, and yesterday, after beating Fabi, he gets 4.7. So, once again, that whole thing where Carlsen and Caruana, the rating difference would have been reduced. That's not happening. Carlsen going to 2830. Nakamura on 2802.8. Caruana on 2797.8. He's moved below 2800 and world number 3 now. Nepo on 2770. Arjun on 2769.9. Then there is Abdul Sattarov on 6th. Gukesh is on 7. Wesley on 8. Wei on 9. And Praggnanandhaa on 10th with 2754.7. So Pragg has moved to 10th and Vichy on 11th. So we have Arjun, Gukesh and Pragg in top 10 live rating, all 3 youngsters. And 11th we have Vichy. So very, very crazy scenario, guys. All the youngsters have managed to enter the top 10 together. Show us live ratings. Acha, you want to see? Let's go. There you go. Just bringing it on the screen. Yeah. So these are the live ratings which I was looking at. So Nakamura has gained 8.8 points. 8.8. Caruana has lost 7.2. Arjun, not from this tournament, but here we see Arjun gaining 8.9. Pragg gaining 7.7. What about women's? Let me see Vaishali's ratings also. Women live rating. And I'm going to tell you about that as well. Screenshot. Yep. Yes, these are the women's ratings, guys, where Hu Yufan 2632, Ju Wenjun 2554.4, the current world champion. Lei Tingjie today 2545.4. So we have Humpy on 2532.5. She's having a tough tournament here, terms of her rating. And then we have Anna actually gaining 11 points. So that's a very good tournament for her. Vaishali has gained 12 points and she's moved to 2501.2. 2501.2. So she's 11th, world number 11, and very close to jumping to top 10. 2506 is the 10th place. It's not easy to catch this gap of 5 points, but the but it's yeah, it's a big ladder there, but amazing. And Harika is 2489 here. Anyone else after Harika? We have, yeah, these are the, so if Vaishali will be in world top 10 and if Pragg will be also in world top 10, that would be crazy record. Like both brothers and sisters world top 10 would be, I don't think if it has ever happened. It's insane for the first time. Oh, Nihal has crossed 2700, says Ganesh. Amazing. So, what are the pairings tomorrow? Let's check tomorrow's pairings before we go. Boards tomorrow, open section. We go to the 6th round. Magnus versus Ding Liren, and this time, if you remember, it started with Magnus Ding Liren in round 1. So now they are repeating. Tomorrow it's a double round event, so double round robin event. So Magnus is white. Last time both the game ended in draw, Armageddon and this one. So today I think tomorrow Magnus is going to try and beat, because now once they know, they make one guy a target. So that's what. And Alireza versus Praggnanandhaa, and Hikaru versus Fabiano. So for Fabiano, this will be such an interesting match, pairing from the perspective of world number 2 and 3. Because if Fabi beats Hikaru, then he jumps to number 2 again, world number 2 again. So a big race over here, Fabi versus Hikaru. What about women's section? Let's check the women's pairings. Yeah. Oops, women's pairings here. So tomorrow, Ju Wenjun, Vaishali versus Ju Wenjun. Vaishali taking on the world champion with the white pieces. Lei Tingjie versus Anna Muzychuk. And Humpy versus Pia Cramling. That's how it's going to be. Oof. Okay. So what? Before I leave, please suggest a book for intermediate players, says Abhinav. Reassess your chess and Silman's endgame. Abhinav, reassess your chess. That's the, both the siblings are world number 11. No, not both. Pragg is world number 10. Vichy is world number 11. So right now Vichy and Pragg are world number 11 in live rating. अलके सिंह, डॉन सा का इंतजार रहेगा, बहुत भाव खाता है वो डॉन. हाँ, अरे डॉन भी जाते रहता है इधर उधर, थोड़े बहुत डील रहते हैं. डॉन कभी कभी गायब भी हो जाता है मेडिटेशन करने के लिए. So funny. I think we are getting the hang of this tournament now, and the main thing is, in men's section at least, everyone is going to play till the end in classical game, however draw it is, and towards the end something is going to happen. It's beyond our imagination what will happen, but that's what something is going to happen. What do you think? Will Pragg and Vaishali both win tomorrow? One of the best thing could be, like, the most, if you want something in the most dramatic way, it can be the last round. Both brothers and sisters have to win to become a champion, and they both win and they both become the champion. I think Norway Chess will never be forgotten. It would be like that. Arvind is 2694 currently. Okay, that's good, because towards the end in Sharjah, he did face a difficult situation, but that is how it is, guys. It's not just about 2700. Many people who were getting closer to making titles they struggled. They reached like so close, but then kind of got pushed away. Abhinav, did you hear me? Reassess your chess. That's the book. Do you have it? Please study that book well. Do you think Abhimanyu will become the next Magnus? I don't know, but everybody says he's extremely like crazy talent. So I did see in Prague Masters how he was calculating so fast. Not Magnus, nobody can become Magnus. They are all themselves. They'll become whatever, some different style of their own. आई थिंक अभिनव तो सुनने वाला नहीं है मैं कोई भी बुक बताऊं सो इज दिस फॉर्मेट बेटर देन कैंडिडेट्स I find it interesting, but I also think that it sudden twist towards the end after such a it changes very fast. The pace changes too fast. So like there is another time control where you have 1.5 hours with 30 seconds increment. Over there, I think that may be a little better because at least it's not like a complete random blunder, which can happen with 10 seconds increment. But this is definitely something like this is important for decisive results. We need decisive results. I'm more for decisive results. Like, I can go to an extent where if anybody finds some brilliant idea so that we have no draws in chess, that would be the most epic thing, but it's impossible. Okay, so I'm going to take your leave. Have a good night. Sleep soon, guys. Stay fit. Monsoon is about to start. Lots of fun it's going to be. छाता वाता सब लेके रखो नहीं तो क्लास जाना रहेगा कॉलेज जाना रहेगा बारिश आएगा फिर प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा सो टेक केयर टुमारो विल डिस्कस मोर एंड स्ट्रीम कहाँ है यार मिलता ही नहीं What chess video lectures should someone of 700 should see? 700. Improving your chess series of 100 episodes is a very good one. Just go for it. And the final voting, we've got, by the way, 10,630 votes. Where should the World Championship match happen? And 51% for Chennai, 22% for Singapore, and 27% for Delhi. I'm gonna take a screenshot before I end this thing so that we have all of you guys' opinion there, which would be nice to have. Good night, guys. Take care. Bye. Sweet dreams.